Hello, 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 and welcome to Emeng Plays Honkai Star Rail with me, Mooney, and yeah, you guys, we're back again in the story mode of this game. New patch this time around, so we're just about to see what all this is about. Anyway, there are some new stuff that I do want to talk about today, but I want to start talking about it when I see that there are some actual people in chat, right? Um, we've got some new stuff going on for the viewers that might actually be really fun to fiddle around with. Okay. In any case, where did we last leave off our story? Alright, so the last time that we were playing the game, what essentially happened was, and I mean, spoilers, I guess, if you haven't been keeping up with the story of Star Rail, Aglaya died, y'all. Like, this was really, really shocking for me. Aglaya, a character who is a kind of leader-like character from the story of Star Rail, right? Like, especially as far as the Amphorius saga is concerned, she's essentially like a leader of a certain faction in this particular storyline. Oh, hello. Who are you? Little bug. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Okay, cool. Nice little emoji there. Anyway, we've known her since Amphorius began. She's kind of a central character, the one that everybody looks up to. And what seems to have happened is that
All things are connected by
she
origin.
has been losing
No
her
name,
humanity
the
as
same
time went on,
essence.
and then towards the end, where she was just about gone, she decided to sacrifice herself, and you know, people are really shaken up. But there was this really interesting scene where one of the characters gave a really cool speech and everything. So now we're gonna continue the story on from where we left off, and we'll see what happens. Oh, I see that there is one viewer. I wonder who that could be.
This was where Professor Anaxa gave us the lesson. I can still see that day in my mind.
And that was your last lesson in the grove.
All three of them were classmates. That's interesting.
Now, each of you will head off on your own path.
Ah, you figured
How
out
much
the thing.
grove's
Alright,
teachings
you
can
know what?
help you in the real world.
Let me pause and
Depends on how well you can
talk
put
a little bit about
knowledge
it.
into
So today
practice.
we have some fun alerts that we have for all the viewers. I'm gonna say this multiple times. I'm gonna assume that the person watching right now is probably you, Mika. But if it isn't, hey viewer, nice to see ya. The point is, watch me long enough, gather up those points like Goku gathering up the energy for a spirit bomb, and then spend them to redeem cool sound that you can use to react to the stream, or bug me, or any point in between. You got that? I'll repeat it a few times. Oh, it is you. I had a feeling. Hi Mika, everything working okay? But yeah, I'm gonna be re-saying this every time somebody shows up, you know, see how it goes. But for now, let me just continue on with the story.
However, heed this warning. If you ever do anything disgraceful out there, don't ever claim you were the student of Anaxagoras, one of the seven sages.
Professor Anaxa, there are still other classes scheduled on the calendar. Are you sure you didn't...
Firstly, call me Professor Anaxagoras. Secondly, to clarify, the last lesson means the last lesson I will teach you. I will be entering seclusion from today onwards to research ancient alchemy, and all my teaching activities will be put on hold.
Ah, I see. So you're saying that the lessons taught by all the other teachers aren't good enough to be considered lessons?
All you do every day is wag that sharp tongue of yours. That's a credit deduction, fine enough IDs of the eye.
It's nice to see Castor is
I have
smiling
nothing
and
left to
laughing
say.
for once instead of being
Next.
super depressed about death or whatever.
Please wait, Professor. According to the Grove's protocols for a cohort's final class, the lecturer should take some time in that lesson to discuss the
Okay,
students'
Mika, I
post-graduation
will
aspirations with them
take into
and
consideration what
guide
you're
them
saying, and
toward
here's
a
my
solid
opinion on it.
path.
I don't think you did. I think you just did your own thing, and you know, anime characters tend to have overlap because there's only so many tropes you can pull from the bucket, right? And if you remember, I did very specifically tell you a list of things that I'm super into, so don't beat yourself up, all right? Finon looks a lot like a lot of other people, including the main character of this game. So, you know, it's all good. I don't think it's, you know, let me put it this way. I think it's legally distinct enough, so we're good, wink wink. And I think you really cooked here. So don't sell yourself short, alright? This isn't discount Finon. This is a Mika original creation brought to life by my personality. And with between the two of us, I think we made him distinct enough for him to stand out on its own.
The teaching assistant, Miss Hyacinth, is truly Professor Anaxa's nemesis.
Fine. Since Hyacinthia insists on this, let's go through the process.
Oh, hello. There's a viewer
Since
now
some
on
of you are
YouTube
so
that I'm
eager to
seeing.
speak,
If that's you
why
too,
don't we
Mika.
start with you, Finan of Ides Elysiae. What is your post-graduation aspiration?
Me? Well, it's not exactly an aspiration, but the only thing I want to do is to protect the people I care about.
I see. So you want to be a hero? How boring.
You want to
Next.
be a hero, how boring, he says.
I didn't say.
Castoris, you've been giggling for quite some time. How about you go next?
Perhaps my answer is a bit vague and meaningless, Professor Anaxagoras, but I hope the world can be freed from the agony of death, so that every living being may find calming peace.
How naive. So naive that it makes me want to weep for your fairy tale. See,
Klim Hazard
This is
coming
why I
in
don't
with the
want to
hot
follow
take. So
those
you're saying that
outdated
me,
protocols.
Anaxa, and
All I
Finon
get
are
are
like Spider-Man
boring
pointing at each
answers.
other? Well, joke's on you, buddy. Take the mask off and it's three very different guys, right? So, you know, it is fine. And if a Spider-Man movie can have Spider-Men of like 1,000 different variations, this is just a different dimension, alright? And also, hi, Klim. Nice to see you. How you doing? Since
you
you are here,
suggested
I'll
this
let you
whole
know about the good
process,
news today.
why
My
don't
man
you
Mika
wrap this up,
kinda
Hyacinthia?
convinced me to turn on an
Share
interesting
your
feature of chat
aspiration
today.
with
So if
everyone,
you watch me long
and let's
enough,
see
you
if
can redeem
yours
points to
stands out.
trigger sound effects. Really fun ones.
So it's finally my turn.
What do you mean
Good
when?
thing
You're
I
already
came
in it.
prepared. My
Now, anyway,
aspiration is
about the
nothing
sound
less
effect
than
thing,
completing
I mean,
final
y'all
one
probably know
page
how
at
it
the
works,
end
right,
of
on
the
Twitch and
hero's
all,
epic.
so you just, you know, redeem your points, make
Blank
fun sounds when you
page?
wanna, sometimes to accentuate what's going on in the story, other times maybe to just have a little bit of fun. I thought it would be, not I, we thought it would be a fun way to add a little
I've
spice to
read
these
all of
streams, and
Emporius's
give a little bit of
heroic
audience
epics while
interactivity
studying
to
at the
y'all as
Grove,
well.
and a common thread came to my attention. Almost every epic ends with a description of the hero's achievements. But few mention how the everyday people of that time lived. No one recorded the struggles and suffering the commoners endured.
So you're saying that instead of legendary heroes, You're more focused on commoners living on the peripheries of historical records.
Perhaps I'm influenced by my background. My ancestor, Seliosi the Day Thunder Knight, raised her spear against the sky and ushered in the flame-chasing era that continues to this day. Her story is told to every child descended from the Skyfolk. We have no doubts about Celiosi's greatness, yet her towering figure overshadowed every record from that entire era. What about the Day Thunder Knight's family, allies, and friends? What about the survivors and those who died in the great battles? Whenever I think about their stories by the campfire, I realize the details of those legends have been long lost. And only Celiosi's name remains.
Oh my god!
You know,
Her brilliance had become as blinding as Aquila's, lording over everything on the ground.
I know that, like, this is just, quote-unquote, just a gacha game and all, but, like, what she's talking about actually is something that people do think about in the real world as well. So I'm gonna dig a little deeper into what she's trying to say from a philosophical point of view, right? And also, hi, Klim. Should you return to HSR? Well, here's what I gotta say, okay? I don't like gacha games. I'm generally not very into them. The only reason I play this game is because I happen to really like the world and the characters and the story, right? And also actually literally playing the game, like doing endgame content and building characters, all this kind of stuff, right? But I will admit that it is much harder than it has to be simply because it is a stupid gacha game and a luck factor is involved in it, right? So if you really want to know what's going on here and you want to check in on it, I think there are non-gameplay ways to do it. Like, for instance, you could check out a few YouTube videos. Lots of people love making story-based content about these games as well. Another thing you could do is just talk to your friends who played, and they'll be happy to fill you in, I think. Depending on the type of player, if they're a lorehead, they would definitely love somebody to talk to about this stuff. Anyway, back to what Hyacinth is saying here. Like, there is this thing that I once read about called the Great Man Theory, right? It's this idea that, like, history is influenced by the choices of a few great men, and according to what I've read, it's apparently not true, but it's something that a lot of works of fiction like to depict, right? And that is why sometimes people in real life tend to think that this is how it is, right? Like how people say, for example, that the First World War was triggered by the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, right? Can I say that on stream? It's fine, it's history. Anyway, so, like, the reality of it is, though, that it's not just that one thing that triggered all of the others. It's like there were a lot of things that were headed in that way direction, and that thing happened to be the thing that kind of pushed the door open, right? On the other hand, like, for example, let's say Augustus Caesar, Emperor of Rome, right? People give him a lot of credit for the expansion of the Roman Empire, but on the other hand, it's not just him that did it. Like, he might have been one of the driving forces behind it, but he also had plenty of support, he also had plenty of soldiers, and a whole lot of, like, machinations that actually pushed Rome outward, right? So, what Hyacinth is saying, the idea that, yeah, there is this really legendary figure that we all know and hear about, but what about all the people around them? What about their family? What about their friends? What about their support? We will never know who they were, or what they did, or how they contributed. And I think that that's a really big brain idea to play with in a game like this. But, you know, kudos to the writers of Hoyo for kind of lightly touching it. I don't know where they're taking it, you know. Am I telling you that Alexander the Great was not the Great, but he was more like Alexander the Okay? No, I'm not telling you that. As far as I can tell, Alexander the Great did have certain very innovative battle tactics, and he was a charismatic leader, right? But an empire is not made from one leader. It is also made from their loyal, like, commanders. It's also made from their loyal, like, sergeants and soldiers and people who, you know, farm the food and fix the carts and build the roads. Like, history does not change simply because you get rid of one guy, right? Like, a very popular idea that people like to joke about in terms of science fiction is, what if we went to like 1940s, 1930s Germany and we got rid of a certain painter, if you know who I'm talking about, right? Even Doctor Who, the British TV show, kind of makes jokes about it. But the reality of it is that this guy was basically taking advantage of what was already brewing sentiment. With or without him, I wouldn't be surprised if a similar outcome did happen. Like, this is not a fictional story like Game of Thrones where, because Rhaegar Targaryen died, the timeline got completely shifted in a different direction. Because, like, Robert Baratheon died, now we just have the War of Five Kings or whatever. Like, that happens in fiction. In real life, every little piece contributes to a whole, right? And the fact that a game like this would be willing to, like, discuss this, I'm a little impressed, not gonna lie. But anyway, let's see what Hyacinth has to
That's
say.
why I'm glad that my era does not lack heroes.
Isn't
All
that
my ancestors had was a sad past. But I have a future I want to protect. Instead of becoming a hero and ushering in a golden Delzus to baptize the world anew, I want to stay in the backline and save all the ordinary humans from drowning in the rising waves. I wish not to return to the sky, but to walk among the masses on Earth. I believe it's the only way for the saga of creation. To include a footnote for the everyday people in its blank page.
Now I'm gonna shift gears a little bit and talk about something that's actually Star Rail specific. So, according to something we learned in the last stream, right? Even though these special individuals of this storyline, the so-called Chrysosairs, the people who are going after the gods of Emphorius and collecting their souls, are the ones who are bringing about a new age, it is apparently the ordinary people who must take the step into the new age, right? I don't know exactly what that's supposed to mean, but it's interesting that she's bringing up this idea that she wants to be with them to um, see the new world come, and that the stories of the everyday people should be represented. Klim, interesting point you make there about Lubu's host being mentioned in history. Perhaps, like if you do make a really big contribution, you will be mentioned, yes. But my point here isn't that the people who are mentioned aren't great. My point is that history does not depend on a specific individual for it to go one way or the other. That's a fictional thing. In real life, there are hundreds of little, gears and cogs turning around, people walking around doing this and that for whatever that happen. That's kind of a big idea that people talk about in historical contexts. But anyway, I digress. It's a topic a little bit out of the scope of the stream, but that's what you get when you're streaming with me. Random tangents.
Now I really have a chance to stay behind the hero's front line and realize my dream. Danny, what are you doing here?
One thing I like about Hyacinth is that she calls Dan Heng Danny. And his voice is gone because his voice actor is currently on strike. And I'm wondering what will happen to him, because they have already recast some of the other
Descendants
characters.
of the Sky People must perform a bloodline ceremony, summon the spirits of our ancestors, and get their blessings.
Okay.
That's the only way for creatures on Earth to forge the Rainbow Bridge
The
to the
Rainbow
sky.
Bridge, that is such a
And the
Norse
soul of
god
the first
reference.
ancestor
What's
I
it
wanna
doing on the
see
Greek
is
world?
Here in the grove.
Ooh, Mika coming in with the historical
worry.
info
I
in the
have
chat.
little Ika with me.
I'm really keen to
You'll
see where
protect
this
me,
goes.
Won't you? Good, Ika. Well, what brings you here, Danny?
Oh yeah, Dan Heng on the Astral Express, the literal star rail after which this game is named. He has a job on it, okay? And his job is to be the archivist. He maintains a databank. So on every planet that he goes, bro's always like doing a little research, poking his nose here and there, trying to find out all kinds of cool little information tidbits to collect. And me as a person who really like the lore of this world, I'm all here for it. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Daniel Hung. That's not his real name. His name's Dan Hung.
Ah, right. If all goes as planned.
Okay, I'm
you
gonna be
and
real. I'm
Gray
actually
will be able
learning
to
things
go
about
home after
Chinese
this
history
mission.
from chat today.
Thank
I
you.
did not expect that to happen. But then again, this is a Chinese gacha game. Maybe that's why, huh? Thank you for your contribution, Mika. That is genuinely interesting. So you're telling me that a guy enticed another guy to betray his foster father
Could it
over
be
a
that
horse?
you
I
two
gotta
have
read
some
up on
kind of
that.
hidden powers to make
Speaking
prophecies
of horse, what do you guys think of this little guy that's floating next to Hyacinth? Um, his name is Little Ika, but he has another name that he goes by that fans call him, which is definitely not safe for stream. Maybe y'all want to look it up. I think he's the cutest guy ever.
No,
I think they need to make a
didn't
plushie of this
understand that
guy.
either, little Ika. Since we've already met up, why don't you come with me, Danny? That's the dependable express guard for you. So, shall we get going?
Okay, sure, but my question is, do I get to use you, Hyacinth, in my party? No, come on, you're not even gonna give me a trial version of her? That's so, It's not Mika, sadly, sorry. Ika. Oh, hey! Speaking of little guys, I had almost forgotten. Where's my inventory? Upgrade materials, light cones, relics, other materials, consumables, missions, valuables, pets. Okay, here we go. Alright, so recently there was a little event, and we got this little guy, a new pet. This guy is called Bubbles. You see him? He's following me. Hello, Bubbles. He's like a what the Amphorians this is called a chimera. This is like a little lion slash fish shark guy. I don't know. I think it's pretty cute. And he's wearing like a beach
All
hat and
things are
sunglasses.
connected by origin.
Ooh, what's he
No
doing?
made.
He's got an
Same
animation. That's
essence.
cute. Oh, Clem, funny you should mention that. Like I said, you should look up what they're calling him online. Affectionately, of course. Yeah? I can't say it on stream because it's a little bit profanity ridden, but I think that it's a very appropriate name. People love this little fat guy. And
This is the
if
divine
Hyacinth's
object of
ult
the
is
Sky
anything
People,
to go
the
by,
Chroma
I think
Coffer.
that this little guy actually envisions that one day he'll grow up to be a big, strong Pegasus, which would actually be very funny.
Our ancestors dictated that when a descendant of the Skyfolk is ready to challenge Akula again, they must first awaken the spirits of their ancestors with the Chroma Coffer and receive
So we
their
might actually
benediction.
get to see that
Only after
legendary
this
knight
can
that
the
she was
chosen
talking
Skyfolk
about.
reascend to the heavens.
I think little Ika is a he, by the way, in case you were curious.
Very prudent, wouldn't you say? The soul of an ancestor slumbers here. Now, I will awaken them.
Is it really just so easy to do that? Like, isn't this necromancy?
I am Hyacinthia from the Twilight Courtyard, a descendant of the sky who has inherited the duty of Flame Chase. The time has come to fulfill our clan's destiny. I will join the heroes of the prophecy to return to the sky and retrieve the core flame. Ancestor, please bestow upon me your generous blessing.
Please let this be a battle.
Who has awakened me?
Uh-oh, it's a ghost.
It's Hyacinthia, a descendant of the Sky People. I apologize for interrupting your slumber. You are Lord Crispus, aren't you?
Crispus of the Chips
I
family.
read your story in our family tree. You were a righteous judge who vindicated many who were wrongfully accused.
I never imagined someone in this era would still
Hey,
remember
yo.
my
This guy's voice is really good though, you guys. What the?
name. So, our bloodline and duty have continued to this
Yeah, dude, his
distant
voice is
age.
crisp, huh?
Indeed, it has. I have awakened you in the hope of receiving your blessing. For the flame chase journey is nearing its perfect conclusion. And retrieving the core flame of Aquila is the final challenge the heroes will face.
Perfect conclusion. Hyacinthia, you look very young, and you do not have the bearings of a warrior
Listen,
who
bro,
can
you're a dead guy.
contend
What would
with
you
a
know about the
titan.
world today? Don't you know that it's like ruled by anime children?
How can
Like,
you convince me that this blessing will not turn
she's a 5-star
into a
character. We
curse,
can't even roll for you.
leading
You
a
don't get an
child
opinion.
like you to your demise?
1,000 years ago, Seliosi, who conquered the skies, left behind legends and a will, entrusting the mission to return the Sky Titan's core flame to her descendants, to people like you and me. Though I'm not a warrior, I will not turn away from the mission that has flowed through our blood for 1,000 years.
That's right.
And I am not fighting alone. I have the strongest and most tenacious companions in the world.
Let's go.
Amphorius is in an era brimming with heroes. The burden of retrieving Aquila's core flame no longer rests solely on the shoulders of the chosen Skyfolk.
That.
I now
I felt
wield
that
the
in my
power of
soul,
healing.
y'all.
I aim to mend the fissures in the sky and heal the wounds of the
Hi,
people.
looks like we have another viewer on
I desire
our
to define
Twitch
the mission of the Skyfolk
account.
in my own
Hi,
terms.
welcome to the stream
To
of
conclude the
Star
vigil
Rail.
that has spanned
We're just
millennia.
hanging out, watching the story play out. And don't forget that you can now redeem points to
I sense
make sounds happen on
resilience
stream
in
as an
your
interactive
words.
element, either to, you know,
Not
make things fun or
an
to mess with me.
outward resilience, but something deeper within.
Okay, whoever this voice actor is, like, he had such a
Receive
bit
my
part, but he's putting his
young
whole,
Hyacinthia.
like, diaphragm into this. I love this. I love the
Wings to
coarseness of his
return to the
voice.
sky via
Sky.
the bridge of rainbows.
Bridge of Rainbows. That's so cool, actually.
Thank you
No
for your
joke.
trust, Lord Crispus. We won't let you down.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna go smash this thing.
Thank you.
I am
My
really
ancestors
curious
were
about
all
this
pretty
Sky Titan,
strong-willed
though.
people. It won't be easy convincing them. I've run through these upcoming conversations in my head more times than I can count. Now, the next ancestor on the list. Her spirit is set to rest in the vortex of...
Vortex of Genesis, huh?
Hmm?
Okay, let me weigh in a little bit on that, okay? I myself am not a fan of this anime trope of there being a girl that looks like a little child, but she's actually like 1,000 years old, yeah? I agree with you. I think that that's weird, right? But in Hyacinth's case, something that you should note is that she's not actually a child. She happens to be more like a college-age student. In fact, it seems like she just graduated not too long ago, yeah? And it's not that she is unbelievably wise, it's just that she's an academic and she delves into the history of, like, their civilization and the Titans and all this kind of stuff. So that's why she's a bit of a bookworm, hence why she's able to bring this information to the table. Like, I am super against that trope, but it is worth noting that Hyacinth is not an example of this one. And I have no idea, why would that message be need to be checked by the mods? That's weird.
Oh, I remember. I didn't expect you to keep at it this long. That's so like you, Danny.
I suppose it's a little bit confusing because Dan Heng is so much more taller than her.
That makes sense.
That is fair.
Bagusa was always described as a fickle titan in the myths. Since you're offering, then let me put your skills to the test, Danny.
Dan Heng, I wish you had a voice. I really liked your voice. I love that he says dude.
Got it.
That's so mean.
I'm counting on you, Danny.
Under the vacuous steps of their frenzied dance, the roar of celebration hides the world's heart. Spirit water reveal the way.
The vortex of Genesis. Unbelievable. Danny is full of surprises, but this does feel way more disorienting than the ritual basin. Wait, is Lady Treeby here too? And who is that next to her?
Oh, I'm gonna pause the dialogue here a little because it looks like chat's kind of popping off. So, Mika, I think you're talking about the fact that people are making this joke that this character looks like a palette swap of Barbara from Genshin Impact, who is this like singing idol slash nun character from the game, right? And while I can see the comparison, I don't necessarily think that they are a palette swap. I just think that they're playing into very similar tropes, which is the twin-tailed character, right? And I don't know, like the hat, there are similarities. I'll give them that, but the personality, the story, the vibe of these two characters completely different, right? And even the rarity of them when it comes to selling them to us is quite different too. So I don't know. I don't really see it as a palette swap personally, but you know, I am not gonna die on that hill. If anybody's face feels very strongly about it, you do you, girl. But let's continue. It looks like Cypher and Treeby are hanging around here. Cypher, that cat girl over there, is somebody that I'm looking forward to rolling sometime soon. She's gonna be debuting on the second half of this patch.
Already, Syphy? It's been ages since you were last in Akama. You could have taken some time to rest, and we could have caught up.
Okay, Klim, since you are watching this stream, you see this character in red hair, Treeby. She is like what you're talking about, and that's one of my least favorite things about her. Like, I think she's an alright character, like she's not really my favorite or anything, and mechanics wise she's pretty cool, but like the fact that she is a grown woman split into multiple clones of herself, each of them looking like this, is really not my favorite thing in the world. I just don't like that trope, right? And it is pretty tragic too in a way, but I'ma be real, a world where we didn't have that trope, we could still have a cool character who's in the same position as her and not really be that. But anyway,
That's alright, big sister Treeby. I've gotten used to life on the road.
something
Staying in this
that's a
bustling
bit more on
city
the
actually
positive side.
feels
I've
off.
heard that Cypher's voice actress is doing her first voice acting role here. I'll need to look more into it to confirm, but yeah. Also, hi, new viewer showing up on Twitch, I see you, and make sure that you know today, if you watch me for enough time, you can accumulate points and spend them on like sound-based reactions, audio reactions. Could be for fun moments in the story or just to mess with me. So you know, with great power comes great amusement. Stick around and find out.
Where's your motivation?
Your prize student gave me an incredibly tough mission to handle.
Cut Snowy some slack, Syphy. He's still so young, yet he's shouldering all the responsibilities Aggie left behind. Besides, Snowy's not the kind to ask for help lightly. Since he came to you, it means you're the best person for the job.
You really spoil him, big sis Treeby.
Big sis says the woman who's like double her height.
Syphy.
Just kidding. I get it. that deliverer boy does have a certain charisma about him. It reminds me of Aglaya in her prime. Anyway,
Oh,
I'm
really?
about to head out. Oh, Big Sis Treeby, before I go, got a little gift for you.
Well, didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. What's in it?
That's a part of the game too. If you want to see the full picture of what's inside, you'll have to wait until nightfall.
A gift with a mysterious twist? Seriously?
Oh, that's an interesting thing. In case y'all don't know, the planet of Emphorius does not have night, okay? And the big reason why this is happening is because the world is being taken over by this kind of weird force called the Black Tide, and everywhere that it takes over it becomes night, and so these people had to retreat to a certain city which is being protected by one of the gods that called a Titan, the world-bearing Titan specifically. I'll show you that guy when I have the chance, but I have a feeling that the world-bearing Titan is going to be story relevant soon. Anywho, where the world-bearing Titan protects, night never falls, so it's perpetually daytime. So giving her an envelope and saying like, wait until the night falls to see it fully is an interesting thing to do, because does that mean that the city is gonna fall? Does that mean that, like, something's gonna change? Like, what's going on?
Looks like we have company.
Lady Treeby, and this graceful lady must be Miss Cypher. I'm Hyacinthia from the Twilight Courtyard. Everyone calls me Hyacinth.
Thank you so much,
Pleased to
Clem.
meet you.
And if you know anybody who might enjoy a stream like this, point them my way, eh? It was fun chatting with you in the chat.
Hello there, Pink Child. I'm Cypher
Pink
from the
Child.
long-fallen city-state of Dolos. As for the rest, it's all in the history books, so I don't need to repeat it here. So, you're from the Twilight Courtyard. Does that mean...
Yes, I'm a descendant of the Sky People, the Chrysos heir about to take over the authority of Sky.
Whoa! That's unexpected. I figured Celiosi's descendant would be, I don't know, taller, stronger.
Don't judge a book by its cover, Syphe. Cinny is a master of her craft. She's the most skilled and dependable physician in all of Amphorius.
Don't worry, Lady Cypher. I may not be as strong and warlike as
Okay.
Lady Celios from 1,000 years ago, but I'm confident I can carry out the mission of the Skyfolk.
All this talk about missions, you're making it sound way too serious. You've got to look out for yourself, girl. Don't push yourself too hard. I'd hate to see that cute face all scratched out by Aquila's claws.
Syphe cracking jokes? Looks like you haven't forgotten what Aggie said all those years ago.
Anyway, I've got a mission to handle, so I'll get going. Good luck, Miss Hyacinth. And if things get tough, just let that deliverer take the lead.
Miss Cypher is in such a hurry.
Don't worry.
Cypher
She's
has
always
some
been
kind
like
of
that.
super speed thing going on.
It's good to have her back in Akama lending a hand. Oh, well, enough about her for now. You're here because of your mission, aren't you, Cinny? It's the perfect opportunity for me to go and tuck Syphe's gift away somewhere safe. The Vortex of Genesis is all yours.
I will join the heroes of the prophecy to return to the sky and retrieve the core flame. Ancestor, please bestow upon me your generous...
Child, what brings you before me? Could it be You're a descendant of the Sky People?
Yes, I am Hyacinthia of the Twilight Courtyard, the successor of the Sky People's Flame Chase duty. You must be General Electra. Legend has it that during the Chrysos War, you led our people to ally with Akuma and held back the Kremnoan forces.
Hyacinthia, you seem well versed in our clan's history. And this is the Vortex of Genesis?
It is. Look, 10 stars have already been lit. The Chrysos Heir's flame-chased journey is nearing its end.
Are those the core flames of Fagusa and Giorios? Does that mean Hycelans and the Mountain Dwellers successfully carried out their duty? As fellow pillars of Amphorius, who would have thought that Sky's duty could only be fulfilled after 1,000 years?
It's because Sky shelters all beneath it. If it were to shatter, the world would fall apart with it. That's why Lady Aglaya made the core flame of Aquila the final step in our campaign.
Aglaya? Is she still on the flame chase journey after 1,000 years?
Unfortunately, she has recently left us. But you're right. She was indeed still guiding the Chrysos heirs forward.
Incredible. That girl actually managed to endure the merciless erosion of time.
Yeah, Aglaya's
and
pretty goated.
lasted for so long. Answer me, Hyacinthia. Since you recognize me, you must have also read my writings, no?
Oh, looks like we have a spammer in chat. Away with you, bot account.
You're probably aware of the prophecy I sought from a certain Trebios.
Yes. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the Sky Folk will mend
Alright.
dusk and dawn.
Off with your head.
Unfortunately, no ancestor has ever been able to truly decipher its meaning.
I see. Yet, Trebios's prophecies never fail. Perhaps you'll be the one to witness its fulfillment, child. May the prophecy lead you to a gentle fate.
Thank you, Lady Ectra. Whatever fate the prophecy holds, I'll face it head on. It's only by giving everything we have that we can truly accept any outcome with a smile. Won't you agree?
I like you, child. I wish this conversation could go on a little longer. Take my blessing, Hyacinthia. When I first saw you, I indeed had my doubts. But your resolve has touched me. If Sky's divinity is fated to pass on, I hope it incorporates your optimism and kindness.
Your blessing is a treasure beyond measure, General. Rest well. I'll make sure your gift is put to its best use. General Ectra is so different from how the records described her. She's quite a gentle person. All right, time to head back to the Grove. I shouldn't keep Danny and little Ika waiting.
Oh, hello. We're back in the groves. Nice.
It went great. Your spirit water art was a huge help, Danny.
Yeah, Danhang is pretty awesome.
What's wrong, Danny? You've always been a bit of a...
At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the Skyfolk will mend dusk and dawn. To me, that little prophecy bit kind of gives the vibe that this is about restoring the day and night cycle of Amphorius.
a sensitive soul, haven't you, Danny? Lady Trina deciphers countless prophecies every day, and this one's just another among many. Don't worry too much about it. Come on, Danny. Don't look so gloomy. We're gonna have to take a long trip for the final visit to the ancestors. Our final stop is Lord Mighty's home, Castrum Kremnos.
Ah, Castrum Kremnos, where we went to a couple of patches ago. It's a pretty interesting place. It's like this game's version of Sparta.
Alone day after day. That means he hasn't been consumed by the Black Tide's madness yet.
Yeah, Mighty would never get consumed. Mighty is awesome.
An important mission. We shouldn't interfere with this battlefield. Don't you agree, Danny? There. That sleeping spirit is my grandmother. Yes, my grandmother Jacintha was a warrior.
That's actually a beautiful name.
She represented the Twilight Courtyard in the Kremnos Festival. She fought her way through every challenge and reached the final stage of the Kremnos Festival. She was just one step away from securing a peace treaty for the Skyfolk, but...
Hello, somebody checking out the stream on YouTube. Nice of you to join us. We're playing the current patch storyline of Honkai Star Rail. And over on Twitch, you can redeem points to play sound effects at inopportune moments to mess with me. Or to, you know, make the moment more dramatic, your choice. But either way, lovely to have you. And if you do chat, I'm definitely going to be able to see it too.
My grandmother's injuries worsened, and she passed away far from home.
Yeesh.
This prophecy tablet was left here by the Kremnoans to honor her final wish. Her death marked the final collapse of the Twilight Courtyard, already fragile under the shadow of war. Was Lord Krataros. Seeing him lying there, gravely wounded, bleeding out, I can't put what I felt at that moment into
like
words.
They're gone. Maybe they're coming to join us on Twitch.
Lord Krataros took that fatal blow to protect Lady Trianne. All those tangled feelings faded away. To quote Lord Finan, Krataros must have done that to become a better man. You're getting better at this, Danny. In her final diary entry, my grandmother wrote that when the moment of destiny comes, a descendant of the Sky People would deliver the message of their departure to her spirit. I wonder what she'd think when the one awaking her turns out to be her beloved granddaughter.
Maybe she'll be proud, girl. Maybe she'll be like, oh my god, I can't believe it's you.
I will join the heroes of the prophecy to return to the sky and retrieve the core flame. Ancestor, please bestow upon me your generous blessing.
Listen, this is like the third time we've done this. Can we please?
Is this the world of the living?
Also, I am so curious about how all these souls are just showing up. Cause it's like, are they not in the River of Souls? Like when you die, you kind of go there. It's kind of like Hades from Greek mythology.
Grandmother, it's me. You're Hyacinthia.
Hyacinthia, my little hummingbird. Why? How? Why is it you who awakened me? I have never imagined this. I thought I would feel happy for all my ancestors when this day came, but now I can't even experience the joy of seeing you again.
Do you remember that you and Father took me to my very first sky ride when I was 8? Back then, you wanted me to pick one accessory out of 4. The sun crown representing nobility, the storm bracelet symbolizing strength, the ice ring embodying wisdom, and the radiant pendant signifying kindness.
You picked the radiant pendant, didn't you?
Grandmother, do you remember
It has got to
the
be the
one I
radiant
chose?
pendant. I mean, she's such a kind person.
You spoke an innocent little prayer, infusing a faint thread of light to that modest pendant.
I knew it. I called it.
Yes, and I remember how surprised you were. In all those centuries, no other child of the Sky People
Oh,
had
really?
ever
That's
made the
actually
same
pretty
choice
cool, I
did.
think.
Hyacinthia, there was a time when I thought you were a timid child. You never had much interest in swords or battle and had no relation to that fiery determination and strength in our blood. Yet I've told myself, that's not a bad thing. If my hummingbird could live her life in kindness and optimism, then it'd be a good thing. I never thought the burden of retrieving the core flame of Aquila.
I'm starting to think that
Faulted
maybe... Okay, a little bit of a pause.
Don't worry about me, Grandmother. I believe what makes someone a Skyfolk isn't just outstanding strength, but the capacity to shape the world.
So, in case y'all don't know, the people who are destined to be these legendary heroes who go after the gods or whatever and get their souls are known as the Chrysoseirs, right? And the way you find out you're a Chrysosair is if you get cut and you find out that you bleed golden blood. That's kind of the telltale sign. And I'm starting to think that maybe her tendency to be kind is the thing that made her stand out from every other Skyfolk child. Maybe, you know? I've
When the
seen
world
stories go
cried
that
out
way.
for a hero to challenge the gods 1,000 years ago, Zeliosi stepped forward and began the flame-chasing era. And now, as the flame-chase journey nears its end, this broken world is crying out for something else. Healing. Isn't it poetic? A saga that spans 1,000 years, began with Sky, and will also end with Sky.
You're still as optimistic as ever, just like when you were a kid.
True.
If your mind is set, Hyacinthia, then carry your resolve through to the very end.
I love to see it. This is
Return
the
to
kind of
sky
wholesome
with my
content I'm here
blessing,
for.
and watch over this world on the threshold of salvation.
Grandmother, thank you. But I have one last request.
Speak, Hyacinthia. We should still have some time.
Before you go, could you tell me the tale of the Sky Hero once more? Just like you used to?
Then listen closely, my dearest hummingbird. After all, this will be the last time. For millennia, the Titans waged relentless wars, leaving the world scarred and ravaged. A century of the Chrysos War plunged the nations into chaos and decay.
Oh, hello, new person in the stream.
Until
Nice to see you
a
there.
spear, fueled by mortal rage,
I'm Mooney, this is MN
pierced
Gaming,
through the
and
smoke
we're
and
playing
flames
through
that
the
buried
story
the
mode of
prophecy
Honkai
of
Star Rail
deliverance.
current patch today, as you might have seen from the title and everything.
the celestial shaper.
Oh, this
The
is...
hundred-eyed divine bird crowned with the blazing sun
This
and
is
wielding thunder.
such a cool art piece.
Those struck blind in 99 eyes by Nikador, they kept one eye glaring at the children of Twilight who received divine blessing, yet turned their weapons against the gods. The Chrysos heir of the sky, Celiosi, the Day Thunder Knight, ascended the forbidden
Definitely,
lands
Mika.
of the Eye of Twilight at dusk, clad in wings. To her left
So,
was the lion-headed
something that,
seal of the
Mika, you might
Society
find
of
interesting
Moons,
as
whose wars
an
blew
enjoyer of
divine
many different kinds of
thrones
games,
and
right?
scorched the
So,
world.
earlier on in Amphorius, the developers of Star Rail used to rely on a storytelling trick that I first saw in Genshin, but have been used slash abused by HoYoverse developers to kind of be a crutch or a shortcut for storytelling, where they would have the screen go black and what's happening will be described in white text, right? And then the train exploded and everybody jumped out and just in time and they glided on hand gliders to safety, that kind of thing, right? And a lot of cool stuff was actually just off screen like that and people didn't like it, so they complained. And because they complained, the devs said that they would do something about it. And their solution, which I'm pretty okay with, seems to be to incorporate more graphical elements, like really intricate pictures, stuff like this, right? Or screenshots of like interesting scenes and have the dialogue play over it. Which I think, okay, is not a lot, but they are trying, and this is certainly better than looking at a black screen and reading what happened, right? The voice actors get to do a little bit more work, the audience gets to be a little bit more engaged, and the art department gets to flex a little bit, and for me, that is a good thing. So, yeah. Something that I actually really appreciate now.
To her right
They've been
was the
increasing these
horse-bodied
really
Olympus,
cool
the moonlit
artworks
plume,
in the game.
whose graceful steps trampled the stars in the heavens.
And let me pause one more time to respond to you. Yeah, you are very right actually. A lot of Hoyo games have this thing in common where the art department, they like to put in a lot of detail, right? And sometimes it's good and sometimes I'm not a big fan of it. Like for instance, in some cases, I find that a lot of character outfits can be very busy because there are so many little details here and there that kind of distract the eye. But in other times, like with locations and stuff, you can see little details that make you notice little things, you know, do a little bit of environmental storytelling as well. Now, I'm not saying these outfits are ugly, just that there's a lot going on. And it couldn't hurt for it to be dialed down a little bit. But maybe they think that more detail equals prettier or something like that, who knows. But anyway, let's
The
continue.
one warrior and her two beasts challenged the ruler of the sky, determined to seize the divine core flame through plunder.
Also, fun fact, this Pegasus
The
thing and this
Titan's
lion
every
thing is
roar
are
sent
enemies in the
lightning
game.
bolts, and
They're
every movement
two
stirred
elite enemies that are
cyclones.
paired together. One puts a debuff on
The
your party
wounded
that the other
Titan's
is
blood
able to abuse to
poured
do a
down
bit of
like
damage.
boiling
It's
rain
nice.
upon the world and converged into scalding torrents. In the final moments of battle, the sun wings set the Titan's wings aflame, while the moonlit plume sealed the divine body.
Ooh.
The battered hero of the sky, with her wings broken and her body covered in wounds, struggled to lift her spear and pierced the last monstrous eye. The Titan's divine body crashed to the ground, and with it, the sky tore apart like fabric, about to fall with its god. The fear and pleas of mortals urged the hero of the sky to rise again. Celiosi, the Day Thunder Knight, the first of the Chrysos heirs to slay a god in this world, charged into the crumbling body of Aquila with her two fearless winged companions. She merged with the Titan, holding up the sky once more, only to leave behind a
Oh really?
powerful
So she
message for
merged with the
world.
Titan. Are we gonna get to fight Celiosi then? Because
My
that would actually be
descendants
super
will
cool,
be
y'all.
blessed and cross the rainbow bridge back to the sky. At the end of the prophecy of Genesis, they will reclaim the core flame from my hands.
Oh, looks like we do have to fight her, possibly, maybe, right?
Today's the day.
Wow, I didn't expect it to be so lively up here. Are these people here to send off the Chrysos heirs?
There's Finan. Let's go talk to him.
You know, it's weirdly rare for the protagonist of a gacha game to actually speak out loud, so I kind of appreciate the fact that, you know, this guy actually talks quite often. Also, why is my Acheron team the active one? Let's go back to you. What is this? The beginning and the end of all things. Oh, oh my god. Okay, check that thing out. It seems a little hard to see, but that's a face, and that face is holding up this giant sphere on its back, and it has like 4 arms, you know, like that Ben 10 character. Or I guess Goro from Mortal Kombat. But anyway, that would be the world-bearing titan.
I know this is a big ask, Mnemosyne. I hope you
Mnemosyne.
understand.
That's an interesting name.
Please don't say that, Lord Finan. It's an honor for us to be entrusted with this task.
Go then. Let's hope our concerns don't come true.
I hope you all return safely, my lord.
There you are, partner. You didn't oversleep this time, did you? Always dependable. I just hope you didn't lose any sleep. We've still got a tough fight ahead.
There's
Ready,
something
comrade?
off about Finon's voice
If all
acting,
goes
and I don't
according
mean
to
he
plan,
sucks. I mean that like he
this
sounds
could be the
actually
last battle
sad,
where we
like
fight at each
drained
other's
even.
side. If the curse separating Amphorius from the world beyond the sky is truly Aquila's doing, then you'll be able to return home after their fall.
A day on the ground feels like 10 years in the sky. That's a shame I can fish. Insincerely, I will miss. I will actually miss you all. Hello.
That would be a problem. We'll need to get you home before Aranova. Let's leave the emotional goodbyes for later. That'll give us some time to figure out what we should be feeling at that time. Besides, when we were playing the Seal Slammers, that bumping seal game, didn't you teach me something back then? Crack the champagne at halftime to watch victory slip away.
I can't believe they made a reference to an actual event in the game, Seal Slammers.
The last mile is the hardest. That's from Dan Heng. Same principle, just more elegantly put.
Hey, speaking of Dan Heng, where is he?
He arrived before everyone else and climbed to the cliff top to wait for us. He's probably not keen on being the center of attention.
Lord Finan, please make sure you all come back safely.
Please defeat the indifferent Eye of Twilight and restore a compassionate sky to Amphorius.
Thank you all for your blessings. Rest assured, we're fully prepared. But I'm not the main attraction today. Please don't hesitate to cheer for Miss Hyacinth when she arrives.
Miss Hyacinth, the chosen daughter of the sky, the pride of the Twilight Courtyard.
That's
She's
right.
not just the pride of Akuma, but all of Amphorius as well. And furthermore, while the Flame Chase journey is led by the Chrysos heirs, it's not just those chosen by Aglaya who contributed to it. Let's extend our gratitude to the 2 warriors of the Outlands who bravely stepped up and risked their lives for those they've never met.
Hero, your saga will be chronicled in epics, and celebrated across the New World.
Unless we go through a time loop situation and you forget that I existed, huh? Why do I say that? Oh, you know, no reason, no reason. Just speculating. Ay, ay, ay. I feel like something terrible is gonna happen in Emphorius, man.
After all this time, you should know when I'm just being polite and when I'm genuinely speaking from the heart. That praise was heartfelt, partner. Had I not trusted my instincts and put my faith in you and Dan Heng, it's hard to imagine what might have become of Ak. The guest of honor has arrived.
She seems confident enough, right? Maybe we can do this, you know? Maybe we can proceed to the Sky Titan or whatever.
People of Akuma, I've been blessed by the ancestors of the Sky People. They have agreed to bestow the 1,000-year mission to me, and to have me claim the core flame of Aquila. Today is the year 4932 of the light calendar. 1062 years since the hero Seleucus initiated
Showing me
Ranger's
dates
journey.
like this is getting my spider sense tingling. Like, I don't have a calendar with me right now or the memory of dates or whatever, but I feel like
And prepared to
the
lead
time that
children
they
of
think it
humanity
is not the
back
time
to
that
the
it
sky.
is.
History doesn't breathe evenly. At times, it suspends its breath for millennia, as though time is frozen. At other times, it pants rapidly, as if poised to topple the world and our civilization in an instant. Its hurried gasps have sparked a tempest, sweeping all of us along. Hyacin, as an observer, you've witnessed the return of 4 core flames. And now, it's your turn to fulfill your duty. Please, guide us into the heart of the storm as the executioner of this mission.
I am actually really excited to see how this goes. Give me a new area, give me new enemies. I am so hyped. Huh? Oh, okay. Let's run up all the way to the top.
Miss Hyacin, may Mighty Mouse protect you.
Splendid gods, what sweet paths we walk.
I love the way that he reloads the gun by twirling it around. I think that's just like the coolest stuff. It's like very cool. Spinning guns is something that I really like. Offer greetings to Kefali. Alright, let's do that. Okay, fine. We'll run. Boy, howdy, we are running. Whew. Okay, almost there. So this is a new area. Or is it?
Thanks for waiting, Dan Heng. The team tasked with conquering Aquila has finally assembled.
I'll just tempt fate a little bit, you know.
Full of energy, comrades. Seems I chose the perfect day. Hyacin, it's all yours now.
Legend tells of the Sky Folk once divided into many tribes. The Sun Folk worshipped the sun. The Rain Folk were devoted to storms. And the Winter Folk waited for signs in the snow. Our ancestors lived under Aquila's light. Yet they were blinded to all but one color. They forgot that the light that illuminates the world is made of countless different colors.
Very true.
That's why the rainbow is my favorite. For not only does it reflect the many colors, it is also a bridge. And I want to use the Rainbow Bridge to link everyone's hearts and give hope to every soul on Earth. Ancestors, with the rainbow as your guide, lead me back to the home of the Skyfolk, a land we have not seen for 1,000 years.
Oh, I'm excited.
Oh, Rainbow Bridge, please guide us to ascend to the skies once more. Friends, let us soar together.
So, when it comes to rainbows in Greek mythology, there is a little bit of connection that we can actually draw, right? So, yeah, while I do admit that the Rainbow Bridge is a very Norse mythology thing, rainbows...
Flying along the Rainbow Bridge is truly an amazing experience.
Too bad you couldn't show it to us, you cheapsters. But anyway, let me pause a little bit. So, in Greek mythology, there is a certain goddess, I think her name is Iris, right? And she's like a messenger goddess, kind of, between the gods, at least last I remember. And she has something to do with rainbows. I think they might be in her dominion. But yeah, I mean, rainbows in Greek mythology, not exactly disconnected or unknown. Anyway, let's continue.
Fortress of Aquila. I never imagined that one day I'd be able to step foot on it.
My ancestors once built a magnificent civilization among the heavens. The Eye of Twilight, which we are standing on, is the home of Aquila and the heart of the city-state in the clouds. This must be where the hero Seleucus stood when she challenged Aquila and began the first step of the Flame Chase journey. We are here to end the journey she began. Yes, what we must do will not change, no matter how much of the legends are true.
According to historical records, the civilization that worshipped Aquila once mastered advanced technology, which made their strategically located Sky Castrum the only force that could face Castrum Kremnos head-on in the Chrysos War. But they were divided within. The frequent wars started by the Chrysos heirs drained their power, especially after the prophecy descended. In the end, they had to hide among the clouds, far from the conflicts raging below.
Apparently, the division was between the two most important sky tribes, the Sunfolk and the Rainfolk. And Seleucus' frustration towards the endless strife among her people made her turn her spear towards the Titan above. After driving the enraged Titan to the brink of defeat with her two winged companions, they all vanished somewhere in the sky. Her courage was unparalleled, yet she still could not end Aquila, nor bring back the core flame of Sky. Some say she sealed the wrath of the god within herself, trapping them deep within the Eye of Twilight to support the heavens of Amphorius.
In other words, she became one with the Titan. I would have considered it a fairy tale, but after seeing what happened with Professor Anaxa, not anymore. As that Titan and that fused hero been looking down on the world from here for 1,000 years.
It's interesting, this idea of a location that is like trapped up in here in the sky that people don't get to visit, from which like a certain authoritative figure kind of rules over or judges over the rest of the people. It gives me Celestia from Genshin Impact vibes, which is interesting to say the least. And look at that, it's our very first treasure chest.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
It's been so long. Maybe the Eye of Twilight has already turned into ruins.
Ooh, there's a second chest. Yeah, we grab those.
Go melt it down.
Something's not right. I can kind of feel how big and empty this place is. But all I can see is darkness.
Maybe it's the Celestial. The Sky City believes that mural to be connected to Amphorius' sky. And any weather condition depicted on it will become actual weather. The mural would reflect Aquila's shifting mood, like clear skies, fog, snow, or thunderstorms. The Sky Priests would gather here during peaceful times and pray to the god for warm breezes and good harvests. To put it in words that Gray and Danny would understand, just think of it as a massive
Did she just
screen.
call us stupid?
In any case, exploring
Stupid
in the dark
answer.
is never a good option. If we could light up the mural, it might just provide us with the light needed to move forward. That really conspicuous device might be part of the ritual. Let's go take a look. It's dark, so watch your feet.
Okay, let's listen to Aquila. Listen, as a gamer, I do not immediately go where they want us to go. I gotta poke around. It's what we do, you know. Oh, it is a gigantic screen. My goodness. You can kind of see the RGB colors kind of flickering on and off. See, it's this kind of stuff that really makes me suspicious about this world, because on one hand, they're like, all, ooh, look at us, we're Greek mythology based, but on the other hand, you have like gigantic Jumbotron-sized screens. Like, not even Shrek Cinema has a screen this big. Like, this thing is titanic.
I have no idea how to turn it on. If only we had help from the wisdom of those who came before us. That's it. I almost forgot. Gray, Memi, can I borrow your powers?
Got it! We just need to find the scattered memory nearby, right? That's simple. Give me a little time. Feel the flow of time. Over there. And over there. Done! There haven't been many people for a while, so the traces of time are super obvious.
I knew you could do it, Memi. You are a huge help.
Alright, let's go with the first one first.
Foolish rain folk. The great Aquila has already left a mark of their manifestation on the golden clouds. The god's choice is clear. Only we, the Sunborn, are the true heirs of the sky. This war is destined to end in the victory of the Sunfolk. May the Eye of Twilight never close. May eternal daylight
Listen,
embrace
buddy,
the land.
eternal daylight is never a good thing, okay? You might like it because you're...
Mark among the golden clouds. Is this referring to the celestial mural? But we can't see anything right now.
Like, one type of weather for the rest of eternity is actually gonna be bad. You only like it because you're on the Sun faction.
Arrogant Sunfolk. The Titan will condemn your brazen disrespect. But Aquila, you that shape the sky, why do you avoid the pursuit of dark clouds? Are not clear skies and stormy rains equally your creations?
I know, right? They're both part of a system, part of a whole.
Behavior as an act of favoritism towards them, and weaponize this reason to oppress my people. The Rainfolk will not suffer in silence. Oh God, if you remain silent, we shall have to forge our own weapons and resist the malice concealed under your brilliance. May the Eye of Twilight never open. And may torrid rains descend forever.
No,
Avoid the pursuit of dark clouds. Aquila doesn't like rainstorms. It seems a little hard.
It is, as the rumors said. The Sky Castrum was far from united.
My guess was right. This venue is indeed where celestial rituals were performed. Memi, can you retrieve even more memories?
No problem at all. Here goes. There we are.
Wind, snow, rain, shine. In the name of the sky's 100 eyes, I bring celestial phenomena upon the world. The turn of dawn and dusk. Commanding the celestial globe. Awaken, celestial mural.
Stop, foolish Cloudborn! How dare you tamper with the celestial globe and distort the weather? This is blasphemy!
The Titan bequeathed the celestial globe to our ancestors, so that we could divide the light and dark equally between day and night, so that all things could grow beneath the celestial phenomenon they preferred. But the Sunborn have asserted control over the celestial mural. And now the days are endless, subjecting the land to drought and burning. And you have the gall to accuse the Rainfolk, who you've oppressed.
The land? It is our eternal nemesis.
what in the Groudon and Kyogre is going on here?
Unloved by Aquila, lead the Sky Folk to victory in the Chrysos War. Your character is as weak as your faith. Go seek out a corner untouched by the sun and weep solitary tears in the shadows. Huh. That's all you lot know how to do anyway. Cry in silence.
Then let us show you what we are really made of.
You? What are you? What are you trying to do?
Fanatics whose minds have been muddled by the heat. By Aquila above, meet your demise.
Oh boy, civil war, murder.
What a terrifying memory.
Brutal internal strife is sad to see. It appears the Sky Cities didn't fall to external threats after all.
The proud Sunfolk saw themselves as divinely chosen, exacting long-standing oppression on other tribes. And the Rainfolk suffering beneath them began resenting the divine and plotted their retaliation.
Exactly, yeah.
No matter the era, conflict among humans is destined to persist. Having witnessed the actions of Kindness and the Cleaners, it isn't so hard to understand this piece of history. There's nothing but empty silence here. I fear there were no winners.
The hero Celiosi. How did she view the ancient feud between the Sunfolk and Rainfolk? The legends focus on her god-slaying expedition, but are hazy on the fall of the Sky Denizens. Perhaps I can piece together the true face of history here.
Perhaps you can. I'd really love to know myself.
One step at a time. Do you remember the verse that Rainfolk sang, Hyacinth? Perhaps that's the key to unlocking the Celestial Mural.
Yes, I already memorized it. Now.
This is why I like smart characters. Thank you, Hyacinth, because I already forgot it. Alright, girl. Talk your stuff.
Wind, snow, rain, shine. In the name of the sky's 100 eyes, I bring celestial phenomena upon the world. The turn of dawn and dusk, commanding the celestial globe. Awaken, celestial mural!
Ooh.
Golden clouds, blazing radiance. What a breathtaking scene.
What?
How chilling. I wonder if Aquila is also watching us. I remember the Rainfolk mentioned the Titan dislikes overcast days. We might be able to use this to our advantage and change how the mark is behaving by changing the weather on the mural.
What is that weird eye? That's so creepy.
Don't worry. The mural probably lost its original function ages ago. Alchemist's light comes from the Dawn device shouldered by Kefali anyway. That being said, there's no power in this device anymore. We have to find another celestial globe if we want to change the weather on the mural. There! That circular device. I'm quite familiar with it. That's a west wind compass of the Twilight Courtyard. We can use it to create a miniature rainbow bridge to walk on. Who knows? It might even lead us to other areas of the Eye of Twilight. Technology passed down from the Golden Age is finally proving useful. Let's go. Leave the adjustments and calibrations to me.
So girl, you really know your stuff. Dang. This place is actually beautiful. Wow.
A boiling pool of gold, said to be the energy source that powers the Eye of Twilight's divinity. You should watch your step as you walk.
Listen, I don't like all this gold stuff, alright? Cause like in Honkai Star Rail, there's an entire like evil god whose main color is gold. What is cooking here?
How should I put this? It's a little more complicated.
Can you handle it, Hyacinth?
This might take a while, but I think I can manage.
Like, look at these pillars, right? And the screen is a lot bigger than this little window over here. Okay, observe the starting point and finish point. Rotate in the direction of the arrow. Compass the distribution of red obstacles. Rotate the ring straight.
Deep breaths and find the way out. I think this should be right.
Oh, okay. I see how this works. I think this is a really cool puzzle. All right, let's do it. Get it.
Look, the rainbow bridge has appeared.
Well done. Now we can cross. Hey, careful!
Is that a winged Pegasus?
Looks like a mythical beast. But this one doesn't seem hostile towards us. Tyson! Could it be the legendary?
I'm not entirely sure. We might be able to tell if we get closer.
We can't assume it's friendly. Keep your guard up and follow it.
Something that I want to mention is that while we are adventuring here, oh my god, isn't this so cool? Look at me walking on the rainbow bridge. And isn't it interesting
winged companions.
That there's like a mechanical,
Solus
like, glitching out
and
effect
Unibis.
when we make steps
They
on
were
it.
her steeds and
Further
comrades.
lending credence to the idea that Amphorius might not be a
Are
real
still alive?
place.
They might help us confront Aquila.
Wait a minute. There's a sound when you're walking on the bridge. It's playing a melody. Are you hearing this? It's a series of notes and it's repeating. So- I think the speed up things were left here so that we wouldn't notice. Because now it sounds all distorted, right? But when it actually wears off, listen to this. That's fascinating. What could that be about?
It disappeared.
An illusion? Or the memory dissipated?
How strange. That Pegasus was different from the other memories. It was surrounded in an air of sorrow. Oh, it's so heavy that it's hard to breathe.
Was that Lunibus's phantom? Did it appear here because it has unfinished business?
If that's really the case, there must be a super strong obsession keeping it in one piece. Could it be some remaining bits of Celios's will?
We can't be sure of that yet. Let's take the elevator up to the Eye of Twilight's core first.
I really find it worrying that while we're messing around and having an adventure here, that our city, Okuma, might be in a lot of trouble. Ooh.
Lady Lunibus? Is that you?
Yeah, dude, like, who are you?
I am the descendant of the hero Celiosi. We have come to complete her mission.
Well, looks like there are some enemies. Alright.
Watch this magic trick.
Let's just clean up house. It's been a little while since, you know, we've done a little combat, so... Due to the presence of the Eye of Twilight, all targets in the field will be affected by weather effects. When it's sunny day, the battle has a temperature effect. At the start of any target, temperature increases. Allies will take continuous burn damage based on temperature damage dealt by all allied targets. Okay. Damage dealt by allied targets increases based on temperature. Oh, how interesting.
I have it under control.
Still in denial? I shall be the judge. Allow me to purge the root of the problem. Be of your body and mind. By the will of the Ten Lords. The Ten
Well,
Lords
let's give
decree,
the buff to Anaxa.
hereby ordained.
Insanity!
This mortal form watch over you and guide you on your path. Serenity is before me.
Insanity!
Now we're talking.
Look, with this divine power, I
Let's
reforge
delay
all
everybody a
sins.
little bit.
Recount.
Something out of nothing. To the sword.
Very cool.
An undisputed victory.
It's so eerie that there's some sort of like musical like pattern with the steps. Like am I the only one who hears it? No, right?
Careful! It's not a memory phantom! It looks like it's alive, but it's so twisted and very shadowy, like those black tide creatures.
Hyacinth, watch out!
So, you're Lady Lunabis, aren't you? Then that corrupted being before us must be Lord Solibus. Did you lead us here so we can free your companion?
I really like that horse noise. I don't know, I think it's cool. It's very eerie.
Understand now.
Alright, Solibus.
Must have been tormented by pain for so long. But you didn't give up. And you've held on to what little is left of your will with such tenacity. Don't be afraid. You're not alone anymore. I am Hyacinthia, the healer who inherited the hero's bloodline. Celiosi, the Day Thunder Knight, was...
Yeah, the Pegasus and the Lion. Very appropriate uses of creatures. I really like them.
Lord Solibus, your body has been completely corroded by the black tide. But I can still heal your tenacious soul. Just like Lady Lunabis, even if you've lost your mortal body, your spirit remains pure. Please, keep holding on.
Something that I am so far very satisfied with is how Emphorius is using Greek mythology. It's not very one-to-one, and they're doing their own thing with it, which is what I really like, right? They're taking inspiration from it and using it to tell their own story.
It must have understood me. It's a creature of wisdom and tenacity, despite being mired in the agony of the black tide.
Solibus, the sunlit wings that once accompanied the hero. If this battle can remind you of your great deeds from back then, it would be my honor.
Cook Finan.
Come on, heroes!
I am so keen to fight this guy.
Solibus, please break free from the control of the black tide and return to your senses. No.
5 enemies, you say? Well, don't threaten me with a good time.
May the foul stench dissipate quickly. Be of your body and mind.
For context, the character that I'm currently using is called Anaxa, and he is an erudition class character, meaning that he functions really well when there are more characters on the field.
I reforge all things.
Okay,
Heard the call. Serenity is before us.
let's cook.
Mortals, watch over you and guide you on your path.
Let's see what your stats are now, buddy. 361 crit damage, 86 crit rate, with an attack of 2650. That should be pretty good. Let's try to mess him up. Very cool.
I shall be the judge. By the will of the ten
Let's
lords
bump your
decreed,
attack up a
hereby
little bit more,
ordained.
and your speed.
I'm just a
Now how are we doing? 3383. I think this should hit a lot harder. Maybe because there weren't that many enemies. It's not hitting as hard, but it's all good. We still win.
It's over.
Solibus.
Oh, so she speaks.
Solibus, you're finally awake.
My consciousness has been lost for far too long. Finally.
Oh my gosh, they speak. That's actually pretty cool.
Little girl, are you Celiosi's descendant?
It is me, Lord Solibus. My name is Hyacinthia, and my companions call me Hyacinth.
Hyacinthia, you don't have the scent of her on you.
Huh?
It's been 1,000 years. Celiosi's blood may have been in my
Does
veins.
that mean that she's not
The
descended
result
from
of the
Celiosi?
cycle
Wouldn't
has
that be
never
an
been
interesting
eroded by
twist?
time. I've journeyed here to fulfill her dying wish.
How much do you know about her dying wish?
Now we're cooking. Okay, tell me.
I know that in order to support the shattered sky, she merged herself with the divine body of the Titan. And I also know that she left behind a message, calling on future generations to one day ascend to the heavens again and reclaim the core flame of Aquila.
Huh. I mean, that's what we know.
Has the legend changed so much since your people fell to the earth?
You're telling me that's not it?
Girl, you said you're a doctor.
Yeah, she is. She's a really good one.
You only know how to heal and tend to wounds. With such a weak lot in life.
Oh, come on. Every single team in Star Rail needs a sustained character. You don't know what you're talking about, Solibus.
With this long sword, heroic soul. As you can see, we're all Hyacinthia's companions and comrades. You've already witnessed our combined strength.
It's not bad, but still lacking compared to her.
Oh, come on. You'd say that. You're like her loyal companion.
Solibus, let go of your ego.
Yeah, the Pegasus knows what's up, dog.
You've been trapped in time by the Black Tide, while great change has spread over the world. I'm not mistaken, the god of war Nikador also fell to the hands of these warriors.
We've laid all the other Titans to rest, one by one. Now the final target for the flame chase is the master of this sky fortress. Please guide us to an audience with Aquila. Heroic souls. Seliosi initiated the era of slaying gods and attaining their
No
flames.
worries. Thank you, Mika, for sticking
Even if
around.
she
It
could
was
not
very
witness
helpful, and
the
I hope
end
that
of
you had
this
fun
era,
messing
we
around
will
with
all
the
at least bear witness on
the
our
audio
behalf.
thing. Feel free to give it one more whirl before you go get some rest, okay?
Fierceness.
Once again, I appreciate it.
I do indeed
And
see a shadow
just so you
of
know,
her
seeing the little avatar guy respond to my speech is giving me life.
Aquila's mark flew away?
Maybe they detected our awakening.
Well, perhaps our presence stirred memories of the fierce battle from 1,000 years ago.
We learned from past memories that the Sky Titan fears dark clouds. Would you know more about this topic?
What the memo sprite said is true. But you all still need a guide.
Follow me, Hyacinthia and fellow warriors. Let the hunt for the gods start again.
Ooh, that's a nice
Lady
line.
Lunabis not going with us?
I will be waiting for you all at the next destination, Hyacinth.
Treasure chest. Alright, so this is the main path. I'ma go the other way then. Uh-oh, looks like it's been blocked. Gonna need to touch it from the other side, okay. Alright then. Let's go the normal way. Now I don't have to shoot those things, it just brings me pleasure to do so.
1,000 years have passed, and yet this place feels the same. Just that there is no more human clamor. This is the Hall of the Sun Folk, where the Sunborn once held grand ceremonies to give thanks for Aquila's gifts.
So, did the Sky Titan really take the side of the Sunfolk?
Everyone thought so until Celiosi's spear pierced through Aquila's wrath. Only then did we understand that Aquila wasn't hiding from the clouds and rain, but from the horror that lurked within the unlit shadows.
The Black Tide?
The Black Tide's threat has forced the Chrysos heirs to complete our flame chase journey, heading toward the prophecy's miracle of Genesis.
Chrysos heirs. In our time, that title used to stir up waves of outrage. But you all seem to be revered as heroes.
It's all thanks to those who came before us. Trebios and Aglaya. You must have heard of these two names.
So it was those
So
two
they've
who
been
made it
around
to the
since
end.
like ages ago. Gosh darn.
What does that mean?
Let's not elaborate on unrelated topics.
It is not
You
unrelated.
know
That
how to
seems
activate
very
the
relevant.
Celestial Globe. So go and force out the Titan in the mural.
The road got sucked away by the wind fan? Did Aquila do that?
You have nothing to fear. We can use the power of time to rewind it if we have.
Okay, when? Interesting that they used March 7th as like the tutorial character that you see.
Ah, it looks like this device can amplify the power of Orynyx's prayer. Why don't you try to change the wind's direction with this thing, partner? Now the prayer should rewind for even longer. Let's try to control the wind's direction with this thing, partner.
The Celestial Globe is right ahead. Let's go and force Aquila to come out.
So that side of the whole room is blocked too.
The turn of dawn and dusk, commanding the
The
celestial,
Celestial
globe.
Globe.
Change, celestial mural. Celestial shift.
These circuits all seem to be corroded by the Black Tide. Here's hoping those two prophecy tablets can help us out.
Still in denial? Recount.
Be of your body and mind.
What's the luck? With this divine power, I reforge all things. Insanity. To the soul.
Seek and you shall receive. Serenity is before me.
Insanity. To the soul. Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
Immerse yourself in it. Time to cleanse the filth.
Something out of nothing. Insanity.
Defense reduction, my beloved. Okay.
Go melt it down.
I love these kind of puzzles, okay? I just love them.
If Cersei saw this puzzle.
Smooth sailing so far. We've got one more circuit to fix. Let's keep going and find the tablet on the other side.
suppose I can just ignore this.
Oh hey, it's another puzzle. I like these ones as well. They have like a little bit of a, how do you say? They have a little bit of a platforming thing going on. 1, 2, 3, 8. Ta-da! Very cool, very cool. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta toss out some of these relics that I had that I wanted to do something about. Quick select, all discarded. Cool. You thought you could stop me, Black Tide, but I purify the ground I walk on. Seems like it's a quiet night on the streaming front. But I'll keep going. I'm having fun. And, you know what's not fun? Constantly having to fight these guys. So I'm gonna swap over to my Acheron team. And... boom. Yeah, let's just collect the rewards. Yes? And we teleport. Ooh, treasure chest. I want that. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Seek, and you will find.
We finally made it.
Let me double check to make sure that all the characters have everything that's supposed to be there on them. Ah, there you go. Pella. Effect hit rate. Crit damage break effect. What's she missing? A little bit of speed, perhaps. Speed boots. Let's just put these on. See where that takes you. Alright, cool, cool, cool. You know what? Let's give her a 2-piece bonus, at least. Wit damage. No, 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 no. That's not it. You know what, Sampo? I'm just gonna borrow all your stuff. 139, 135, 136, 135. Cool. Alright. Weapon, okay. What about you, Silver Wolf? You missing anything? Oh, looks like one of your orbs is a little weak. Thank you. I will take this one. Oh wait, it was for the effect hit rate, huh? What are you effect hit rate wise currently? 124%. And as for you, if anybody finds this character min-maxing a little boring, I apologize. I am trying to kit these characters out so that I'll find them useful. It's fine.
Hopefully, this is enough to fix the Celestial Globe.
Let's try out our new team.
Ready for another?
Free will, or was it fate? Desperate for oblivion.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
I weep for the departed.
Alright. Out time.
It too shall fall.
Enemy data secured. Net markers active. Time for a good old counterattack.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off.
We have the upper hand.
Another journey begins on the still waters of oblivion.
Probably dead. Nice.
Another blood debt repaid.
Okie dokie. So which way do we go now? I'm using Acheron mainly because Acheron has this really interesting ability where she can skip regular combat. And I find that very useful right about now. I mean, the puzzle's over there, I know, but I want to proceed this way to see what's down here. Check this out.
Stream 4.
Combat over. Hey! Let's go. Alright, let's do a little bit more combat.
Gleam of old blades.
Or I should say skipping. Alright, combat over. We take those. I love these. Okay, now it's time to mess around with the puzzle and solve things. And I'm gonna change back to another team since there are no more enemies here. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Surely. Haha, I'm a genius. Circuit on. Yeah, that's what I thought. Run, 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 run. Let's try again.
The turn of dawn and dusk, commanding the celestial globe. Change, celestial mural.
Ooh, what's gonna happen now? Ooh, it's storm clouds.
Looks like they're still avoiding us. I wonder if it's cowardice, or if they have something up their sleeve.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's cowardice.
I fear the Aquila of present has long lost their sanity, but instinct still drives them to flee from the shadows, to evade the Black Tide's encroachment. I have no knowledge of Celiosi's situation, but I am certain that the will behind that mark is not hers. She would not abscond like a disgraceful deserter, willingly exiled by the pursuit of dark clouds.
Dark clouds.
It is time to leave this place. Lunavis awaits you at the next stop.
A moment, please, Lord Solibus. I have one more thing I wish to do.
What is it, girl?
To honor the pact with Celiosi. Her descendants spent a millennium looking up at the sky. I believe my countless ancestors who lived for that purpose deserve to know the truth behind her legend. If you don't mind us knocking on the gates of the past, maybe I can peek into this place's history.
You are the ones who hold Orynyx's miracle. I have no authority to prevent you from delving into the past.
You could give your blessing.
Memi, Gray, could I please ask you for this favor? I want to show the truth to my ancestors waiting on the other side. If there are falsehoods in the legends, then there must be a reason for its embellishment.
Many legends aren't exactly true,
The
but
scene here and the
I like that
previous
you're willing to
memories
face
gave
it,
me a
Hyacinth.
Bad feeling. What else did the Skyfolk encounter after Celiosi challenged the god? I must figure out the truth behind the legend, even if it's for my ancestors' sake.
Hyacinth, you're such a good child. Don't worry, I'm here. The memories surging here are even more intense than at the entrance. I'll gather them up now, and mold them, and mold them. All done!
Thank you, Memi. Everyone, please, witness history with me.
Daughter of Dusk, have you finally gone mad?
I know it! The child with the blood of two feuding clans will one day destroy the Sky Castrum.
Will you really point the tip of your spear at our god? Stay in your hand. Your recklessness will only bring divine retribution.
Divine retribution? Those innocent children of the earth were sentenced to total annihilation by the god above, while they had nothing more than mere curiosity for things that lie beyond the sky. Look at yourselves. You call yourselves the Sunborn, yet you're unable to bear the blinding sunlight. You even consider sunburns and blisters as a gift from the gods. You declare yourselves the chosen ones, champions favored by Aquila. Yet you dare not even declare war upon the true threat of this world. Instead, you raise your swords and rattle them at your weaker brethren. You are all beyond saving. My father was also a disciple of the sun, but he taught me resilience and justice and guided me towards the light. He taught me wherever there is light, there is hope. Wretched people, I see no hope left in any of you. Even a shadow has more dignity than you lot.
Ooh, that's a burn.
Even so, Daughter of Dusk, even so, you should not shatter our faith.
Not just our faith. Aquila forged the sky. Nay, they are the sky itself. If they fall, what will this world turn into?
A prophecy echoes from the horizon's edge. It heralds the advent of a new age. One not ruled by the Titans, but created by mortal heroes. I choose to believe in that prophecy. I must believe in any sign that promises to break the chains imposed on us by the old era. Any sign that will lead us to a new chapter of the world. If you wish to stop me from slaying the god, you'd better muster your courage and draw your bows. Let's see if I will be pierced by a hail of arrows first, or if you will be burned to ash by Solibus!
How can we even fight you? You're the powerful Day Thunder Knight, a warrior goddess capable of trampling all lands.
I am not a god, but the only mortal in this cage who is brave enough to defy the Warden.
Now that is a good line.
See, you are all truly weak beyond measure. The hunting ground beckons. Come, Solibus!
The hero Celiosi, disillusioned by the Sunfolk's deeds, decided to sever the source of it all. The god they so blindly placed their faith in.
She was brimming with compassion at that time. Her words were bursting with anger, but her heart had nothing but mercy for the children of humanity.
At that time...
We should get going, Hyacinthia. Lunibus is waiting for you all. Aquila has fled to the other end of the fortress. Let's chase after them. Lunibus will lead the way.
Yoink. Yoink. Oh, and I will be taking this, thank you very much. By the way, I don't know about y'all, but I'm actually really enjoying this quest. These have been some really good reveals. I like this spice.
Aquila. Even though they have been corrupted by the Black Tide, they still maintain a connection with their kin in this fortress.
You think to hinder us, imprisoned Titan? Then we will make you understand that resistance is futile.
I need to find out what this lurking does actually. Lurking cannot become the primary target of abilities that require active selections. Damage received increases by 50% when weakness broken. Okay, that's an interesting ability. So I can't actually target this creature. That's very cool.
I shall be the judge.
Arigato. Let's give Anaxa a little bit of a boost here. And then we are going to use the ult.
I will forge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
Very cool.
Don't stop. Follow it to the Titan. Even if plunged into madness, Aquila is still the Sky Titan. We mustn't let our guard down.
Heroes, over here. Let's keep going. Aim for the next Westwind compass.
I'm gonna pick Acheron again just because I don't want to keep fighting all of these little guys. I want to see how the story unfolds. So excusez-moi. Alright. The heck is this? Okay, okay. Alright, so this way. Ooh, it's a lore tidbit. I'll read it later. A true history of the Day Thunder Knight. The Black Tide be gone. That's the way to go, so we gotta explore this site first. You know how it be. Oh, so this is the way that we kinda came from, and we found that it was blocked earlier on. Nice, nice. Alright. I'ma grab you. Thank you very much.
Don't forget to let your friends in on the action.
And if there are treasure icons, you may obtain them by traveling to their correspondent on multiple ways to connect. That's actually very cool. Okay. Followed by this. Followed by.
Look, the Rainbow Bridge is leading us to our next destination. Let's hurry on.
I like that you can mess with the room and make it like connect in different ways.
Miss Heisel, how are you so certain that you could free Solidus from suffering?
My apologies, Lady Lunibus. I was not all that certain. But if even the healer loses hope, then how will the patients repossess their hope for life?
What a kind answer.
Yeah, dude, Hyacinth is the best. Hyacinth, sorry, my bad. Alright, Aquila, come here. Ooh.
It said the Black Tide is a calamity from beyond the sky. If that's true, the sky's defenses would naturally be the first to be breached.
That melody underneath the footprints is so fascinating to me. Like, what is that even about? Nothing here. But that's the main route, so we go this way. And we explore a little bit around here.
Don't forget to let your friends in on the action.
The voice actor for Acheron in English is called Allegra Clark, and I think she does a fantastic job as Acheron. I love her voice so much. Yes, I want to listen to the story. By the way, this option exists for all you lore skippers out there. Yeah, see you in the YouTube videos, alright? You know you want to know.
Legend has it Celiosi's father was a Sunfolk warrior who spent his years fighting and rarely returned to the Eye of Twilight. Her childhood was mostly spent beside her mother, a Rainfolk priest.
Correct. That was true. It was also during her formative years that the conflict between the two tribes began intensifying. The Rainfolk feared the other half of Celiosi's bloodline, and never truly saw her as one of their own. Yet she bore no hatred for her people, and still grew into a passionate young lady.
That's actually very admirable.
Until people discovered golden blood ran through her veins. That was the final straw that
So she was a Chrysos heir, which makes sense.
Terror.
What? But the epic said Celiosi left to live in solitude, so she could train her spirit and hone her martial skills. I never would have imagined that she was cast out of her tribe for her lineage and her golden blood.
Even so, She did not despair. She met Solibus and me while she
So
was
it's
living
kind of
in
like
Rome.
a Hakuna Matata situation with these guys.
Spent our days
Timon and Pumbaa, Solibus and
forged
Lunabis.
an alliance. I think that oath, stronger than fate itself, kept Solibus and me here to watch over this abandoned fortress.
Despite experiencing betrayal and exile at the hands of her own people, she was still willing to set out on the path to slay the gods for them. Was Celiosi's love for humanity truly so boundless and unconditional?
Hello.
Little Ika, why did you run out on your own?
This little one.
You're saying you smell a familiar scent on Lady Lunabis?
They look completely different. But little Ika should also be a winged beast, right? Could it be?
Truly, a miracle of fate. Perhaps we did leave something behind for this world. Celiosi.
Lady Lunabis? Yes. Little Ika, you...
Please press on, flame-chasing heroes.
Yo, little Ika is this lady's child? That is so interesting. What?
Scream forth, gleam of old blades.
Everything Acheron says is cool. Everything she does is cool. She's just the coolest character ever. No, that's not true. The coolest video game character is Virgil from Devil May Cry series.
Where did the Sky
Acheron's pretty cool too.
After Celiosi
At least as far as Star Rail characters are concerned.
Just like the countless tribes throughout history, they were drowned in the dark clouds of time.
Alrighty.
Aquila. They are indeed here.
Okay, we're gonna trap you, girl.
Celestial
Guy.
Globe is right ahead. But there are black tide creatures guarding it.
Doesn't matter, we're gonna eat them.
Looks like we can't skip this fight. Let's go get them. It's another one of those devices that can enhance prayers.
You got it, buddy. Let me just swap back to the team. You know what? No. Let's try a different team since it is a stream after all. I've already fought these creatures. They should be in my databank. So let's see. Enemy creatures. Titankin. Crap. There it is. A creature warped by the black tide, driven solely by insatiable thirst for bloodshed, and is weak to physical, you say, and wind and quantum. Okie dokie. That means I can pull out my beloved character, Boothill. Or let's make sure that you got everything you need, my guy. And your break effect is 300. Very cool. You got everything? Nice. You... Oh, wait a minute. Why is your orb so non-existent? Talia, Kingdom of Banditry. Listen, girl, I'm gonna take this. Real sorry. And Fugue is now gonna need a new orb, so we will swap with Gallagher. Alright, looks like everybody's set. So let's just take care of this puzzle lickety-split. Very cool.
Locked and loaded.
Incense ascend. Sound lingers. Not yet time to return.
Alright. We're gonna open...
Before it was consumed by madness, it must have also faithfully served the Titan, don't you think? No healer can heal all, especially faced with souls that are trapped deeply in the clutches of pain. Granting it a dignified end may be the most compassionate act of all.
Yep, let's do it.
Eternal.
Come on, let's do this. Let's do it. There's your reward.
Have we met? Unite our goals. Allow me to purge the root of the problem. Be of your body and mind. Every petal in life.
Okay, so in case y'all didn't know, this character, Boothill, the cowboy guy, is my favorite character in this game. I love him. I think he's the GOAT.
All you stand still.
Alright.
Bring it on.
Let's get to work. Alright.
Dreams of a past life.
Boothill is what we call a break DPS. A character that is built around weakness breaking, you know, breaking the bar of the enemy that is above their health bar. And every character in this party is all about giving him the maximum break effect possible. And he currently has 436 break effect, which... just watch. One shot, one kill. That was 700,000, I can't believe it. Oh, I've missed using you, my guy. That is my best build character. I put everything good I had into that guy. He's the GOAT.
Is there something wrong internally? Hard drives?
Your intuition has always been good. Let's look around and see if there are
So
any
you don't know
mechanisms.
what hard drives are, but you have like freaking hard light bridges that you can walk across.
The hand of Zagreus always appears when it's most needed.
Lady Lunabis, if it's not...
It's you all who have to do the work. I've wandered around here for 1,000 years, so this brief moment hardly qualifies.
Lunabis,
as
you're nice. I like you.
Furthermore, I would like to have a moment alone with this little one.
Aw, you better tell me what your relationship with this little one is, okay? I wanna know, I don't wanna keep guessing. Okay, there might be enemies on the other side and I don't really wanna waste any time fighting them. We need to get to the meat of the story, so Acheron, you're back. Alright. But before I mess with this, I gotta check these areas out, you know, to see what's going on.
Life is a puzzle in and of itself.
So true, bestie. Oh my god, am I stuck here? Okay, pull it back. Hey guys.
Stream 4.
Bye guys. let's go.
There's more than one right answer.
Call me the Puzzle Meister. No, don't call me that. Let me go. Cleared away. Let's grab you while we're here.
Don't forget to let your friends in on the action.
No problem, Acheron. Oh, so that side is kind of blocked, eh? And this takes us to... I don't know if I'll ever come back to this area again in the story, so I'm just exploring. I hope y'all don't mind.
Partner, where are you going? There might still be rampaging Titan.
Right, okay, sure, I won't go that way. But that's a chest, I'll grab that one. We like those. Yeah.
Stream forward. Lean forward.
Adios, amigos. Alright. Now, back to our regularly scheduled main quest. Okay, one more chest. Alright. Okay, one more chest. I'm done for real this time though. Okay, Zacharias, what have you got for me? Oh, cool. Let's punch it!
Is it? That's certainly pretty crude and simple. Should we go look for the next one? All good. Let's keep going.
Oh, there's a coin. There's only 5 of them. Okay, I'll spend a little time looking around. I like item collecting, so. Oh, is that one? No, it isn't. What in the world? Okay, there's a puzzle there. Okay, cool. How high up can I go actually? Okay, that's the limit. Gotcha. But despite how high up I am, I'm not noticing any other spinning coins. Take that, enemy. Okay, what's here? Let's go! Coin number 2. Can I punch this treasure chest? Please? Like, maybe I don't have to come back here? No? No, I guess I can't. Oh, there's another coin. Very nice. Okay, we've reached the bottom. Can't go any deeper than that. Anything here? Surely it's gotta be under one of the... Ah, there it is. 4 out of 5. My, like, gamer sense kinda, you know, told me, okay, if I were a coin... Huh? What if? Okay, maybe under here? Or is it too much to expect the same trick twice? I've hunted high, I've hunted low. Where could the last one be? This is what I don't like about collectathons, right? Like early on, you got at least a few options that you can just stumble upon, but when you get to the last one, that's when it gets really hard. Come on. Coin? 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 You know what, forget it. I don't have infinite time on stream. So, I mean, it's already 2 hours 30. Maybe I'll go for 3 hours tonight. Sorry, Mika and Ayam.
As expected, Gray is getting more and more skilled at handling the hand of Zagreus. Let's go. We should return and check on the celestial globe.
Yeah, let's just push the story forward a little bit. Alright, running back.
The turn of dawn and death. Let out the blazing sun,
Listen, we've done this thrice, and the Titans fled from us thrice. Can we please get a straight answer from you, Aquila? Where the heck do you think?
Aquila has left.
Already changed 2 scenes on the mural. Where out?
In the direction that the denizens of the sky have prayed to their whole lives. Upward. A curse that fell from the sky. I can't verify the truth of this claim. When Seliosi fought Aquila, the Titan's incarnation did ascend into the skies, but they never attempted to break through the sky's veil to escape our pursuit.
Could be someone else. Yes, Danheng, you are so right. It is someone else. Hey, Trickster!
Regardless, we can only know the truth after we've...
Hey, sorry, I was... That time, genuinely just too pulled into the stream. This is not Elden Ring, this is Star Rail. And that's just one of the little mini-games that we have in the world this time around. The quest so far is about going after the Sky Titan, and we're kind of going through a Sky Fortress and figuring out, like, what happened in the past.
Recollection reveal.
Okay, let's see what you have to say.
Oh, Daughter of Dusk, who has permitted your return to this sacred land of the Cloudborn? Bearing the blood of heresy and curse of gold, exile is your...
So, Trickster, you might be interested to learn that there's something new going on Twitch today. So, Mika helped me set this up, but now if you watch the Twitch stream long enough, you can gather points for yourself that you can redeem to basically play fun little sounds. You can use it to enhance the gameplay experience or kind of bug me, up to you. Something you might want to try. Since you are on YouTube at the moment, just thought I'd let you know.
My kin of old. I am no longer the immature fledgling I once was. I found my wings. The shackles you bound me with have rusted away, and I shall decide which direction I'll fly. As for this return home, before I embark on my god-slaying quest, those who worship the god who is about to die deserve to know everything.
So, the dreadful rumors are true.
Let me pause a little bit to respond. When it comes to every new world that they make here, they put a handful, pun intended, of mini games, right? Sometimes you're controlling little flying robots, other times you're solving puzzles, right? And for this thing, this particular world, one of the unique things is that hand controlling thing, and they use that to basically move large blocks around for puzzles, to punch things and whatnot. And how it works is that they have it set up in a certain area, and once you activate the console, you can basically freely fly around in that area as the hand and just do certain limited actions. This is quite similar to how in the previous world that we went to, which was based around dreams, they had a thing where in certain rooms you could actually kind of walk on the walls and the ceiling and stuff because it's meant to be a dream. So they had a mechanic around that, right? So these specific rooms had that thing going on. I personally think it's pretty cool, you know, just vary the gameplay up a little, keep it fresh. But anyway, let's continue.
Cursed daughter of dusk, the invincible Day-Thunder Knight, will soar into the heavens to challenge the Titan.
Why would you do this, Celios? You were once such a warm-hearted girl. In this hall of the Cloudborn, you prayed so devoutly to
Yeah, it's hard to say it, you know. I'm amused that you caught it.
And grown weary of the tragic dances mortals perform under their neglect. I see how you blame the god for their favoritism, yet lack the courage.
Try saying Irish wristwatch super fast 5 times and see what happens to you.
On your kin, but you never dare to confront the true source of your hatred. I feel sorry for you. I grew up among you, and once saw myself as part of this tribe.
You know what? All things considered, Celiosi actually has a pretty sad story, and I really get her perspective, because it is not uncommon these days for people to feel really disenfranchised in the community that they grew up sometimes, because like the values don't align, right? It's a very relatable situation for certain people. And the great irony is that after she did what she did, now they talk about her like she's like this great heroine, like, oh, how great is she, Celiosi, who saved our kingdom or whatever. Like, come on, y'all hated her, y'all wanted her to fail, and she succeeded despite everything, and now y'all are just like trying to claim it.
So powerful yet so innocent. I fear you. I can't imagine how twisted you may become when you realize that shallow and fragile mortals can't bear the immense weight of your boundless love.
Farewell, my kin. I'll always...
One thing I wanna check out that she just said.
Remember the tenderness you once showed me. Meager, but refreshing. Like gentle rain.
That's actually a very beautiful line. I like that.
Lunibis.
Lady Celiosi's resolve to slay the Titan was as firm as her farewell to her people was dismal.
Yet, from this memory, I sense something ominous. What happened later, Lady Lunibis?
Rather than listening to me, continue onward.
Oh no.
Follow the trail, Aqualizer.
Something horrible happened, didn't it, Lunibis? Yeah, dude, like, I thought it would be Celios, like Rose, but it seems that a lot of Greek names, when the E is involved, it's read in a different way, right? Like the name Cyrene, I thought was Cyrene, but it's actually apparently Cyrene, so Celiosi. Something like that. By the way, do you see that little, how do you say, Pegasus guy over there, little fat boy? I love him, he's the cutest. Yes, it is a diamond Pegasus. So get this, alright? So the story goes that there was this great, really cool hero from a long time ago who basically took on the god of the sky in this world, and she won, right? And this Pegasus and another winged lion, they were like her animal companions, great beasts, sacred beasts, something like that, right? And now that our main characters are here and trying to figure out what happened here and everything, they managed to make contact with the original beasts who served next to the heroine, and we're trying to figure out like what happened to her actually. What is the story, the real story behind everything that happened here? Because you see, we're dealing with a situation where like history, lies, the stories that people tell, it's kind of like aggrandized, and it's not really what might have happened.
Tsuyoshi is such a mighty hero. Yet her partner, who must have walked with her to pass on her bloodline, was completely unrecorded in legend. Was he also a warrior?
I would really like it if that Pegapony did. His name is Little Ika, by the way, if you're curious. No! No, not my little guy! Oh, there he is. This thing that's following me around is my pet. We get little pets in the game that follow us around, and I got him from a recent event. His name is Bubbles, I think. Is that his name? No, that can't be it. Bubbles is another character. Let me double check what his name is. Oh, it is Bubbles. So this is a chimera, a mix of a tiny lion and some kind of shark, aquatic creature. It gives me Vaporeon. No, I didn't get to name it. It was already named in the story. You see, they named it like that because then the characters can refer to it by name in the dialogue that they write. So I don't know.
Lord Solibus is
If I got to name it, I surely wouldn't name it Bubbles. Alright, new area. Who this? Hoi yoi yoi. I am getting so sick of chasing this stupid eyeball. You loser.
They soared toward the mural's dome. I remember that place.
I remember too, Solibus.
What exactly happened there?
At the celestial mural's dome, we dealt Aquila a fatal blow. The sunlit wings set the Titan's wings aflame.
The moonlit plume sealed the divine body.
The battered hero of the sky pierced the last monstrous eye. It seems that the legend describing the decisive battle was true.
But some things cannot be recorded. They were only witnessed by us.
Would you mind sharing more, honored ones?
After Aquila's defeated scream, we looked to the ground, the people who watched us fight. We saw the expressions on their faces.
Old and young, adults and children alike. They all shared the same expression. Pure, unshakable terror.
Oh.
Our victory brought no cheers or celebrations. The terrified crowd became chaotic, screaming and trampling each other. When they realized that their centuries-old faith had been overturned by a cursed child of two clans.
They regressed into senseless beasts that devoured their own kin. No, that would be an insult to beasts.
Wow.
Solibus and I have
So they basically turned on themselves out of fear. That's
wildest
interesting.
corners of Amphorius.
Hey, yo, Danhung, chill.
Align with the historical records. According to the legends of the Sky People, Aquila, gravely wounded, was determined to fight to the end, to prevent Aquila from using the sky of Amphorius as a weapon to crush the earth. The
What
hero
is my
Solibus
streaming
chose to
setup like?
sacrifice
Okay,
himself.
how to answer. I play these games on the PC, first of all, right? And recently I hooked up a well, to be more accurate, it is a laptop. But anyway, recently I hooked up a TV on my room wall, and I decided to use it as my second monitor. So I have all my streaming stuff, you know, like OBS and all of that running up there. So if I want to check chat, I have to look up a little bit. The game is currently on the main monitor. I could do it either or really, but I like to have it this way because I can be a little bit closer to the gaming screen, at least right now, and I don't always have to look at the stream thing, right? In terms of stuff that we use something called Restream, which helps to kind of stream on 2 different platforms at the same time, which is really useful. And everything else, the streaming assets, the little, you know, cartoon guy that's like talking over there, the ability to make noises by claiming rewards, that's all Mika. He's been doing a lot of research and trying to up our game as far as streaming goes. Me, what I bring to the table is a great deal of interest and personality. Perhaps charisma, if you see it that way as well. I mean, I could talk on end for a long time. I think the kids these days call people like me yapaholics. So that's something I can do. But the actual setting up of all of this, the technological aspects of it, it was a lot of Mika helping me get it all set up. And once it was set up, everything flowed really smoothly, and I was able to do my thing. I hope that answers your question. And in terms of headphone and whatnot, I'm currently just using the mic on my headphones, which is a Arctis Nova series headphone, and I am hoping to upgrade to a more proper dedicated mic, but currently I don't got the table space for it, sadly. This table really be getting filled up, you know. So maybe even I'm able to invest in a bigger table, I might also invest in a mic and kind of turn that around. But yeah, that's essentially the long and short of it.
You'll witness a side of the legend that's never been told, young Hyacinthia.
Huh.
The truth hidden for a millennium before you.
Well, are we doing work to bring more prominence to us from an international audience POV, right? This is something that I think has a few answers. First of all, one of the things that we've noticed is that whenever we cover a specific game as a review, as a stream, we tend to draw in fans of that particular thing. So for a while, most of our views came from people watching our Nier Automata content, so we kind of became a Nier channel against our will. But what we really want to do is kind of have a more balanced approach here. Like, we'd like to have local folk who know who we are, who know what we do, and spread the news around, you know, kind of get the Discord channel, the Discord server a little bit more active and get people talking, right? Get people used to the idea that, hey, we exist, we do this, this, and this is how you can contact us, all that kind of stuff. And in the meantime, like, keep doing our own reviews of games at our own pace that we think are important to touch or whatnot, and that way also putting our content in front of the eyes of the actual international fan base of these games, and then maybe they'll stick around because they like what we do, you know. We've been at it for quite some time, 5-ish years I think this year. But because of that, it behooves us to keep trying different things and seeing what works, seeing also what we enjoy, right? You might realize that we used to do like gaming news, like written news and stuff like that, but we've kind of stopped doing that because it was a lot of work and the returns weren't really what we expected, so we rather pivoted to what we actually do enjoy, which is game reviews, which is shorts, which is, you know, streams. And we're trying to sharpen it up there. And yes, you are correct, the Telegram channel is a little bit more livelier, and I think that's a lot of it has to do with the fact that majority of the team that actually uses Telegram is a bit more active than the team that uses Discord, and we are trying to, you know, get those people kind of to be equally active both places, like have a policy where like, okay, you put something on Telegram, you gotta put it on Discord, you know. And I'm also kind of looking into ways to kind of drive conversation and get people talking and whatnot. And it is slow going, right? Because a lot of this is stuff that we're kind of figuring out as we go. But it is going. So that's something. And on the topic of Telegram, let me just say, I do appreciate your active contributions when you are there, so it's always nice to see you around. Anyway, continuing on with the game.
Harsh truth, one that is bound to shake your beliefs.
I am so ready, girl. I want harsh truths that shake my perception of what's going on in this game. Give it to me.
I am ready, honored one, no matter what the hidden history holds. The spirits of my ancestors will urge me to make the right choice. This mission is far more
Let me just say right now, alright? There are so many characters in this arc, right, of Amphorius. There are fighters, there are like intelligence operatives, there are thieves. So many different types of strong people. But I'm really glad that the story is actually putting a little spotlight on Hyacinth, who is a healer, who has strength of character, who has compassion, who has bravery to face difficult truths, to actually get to know what's going on, both as like a historian and as like a believer. And I think that that's also like a really underrated type of strength. Oh, that's actually really nice of you to say. Thank you so much. I think we would definitely appreciate the support, and perhaps we can talk a little bit more detailed about this in the days to come. We also do think that we have the ingredients, but we're just not quite getting the mix right. So we're working on trying to figure out what would be a really good way to maximize what we have and get the most out of it, yeah? Like how to use the skills that we have in the right way and the resources, how to get more in places that we need, that kind of thing.
Goodwill. That's how I see the world.
Since you've made your decision, I've
Yes.
called forth the Rainbow Bridge.
Yes, yes, let's do it. In case we have to fight a cool boss or something, I'm gonna switch my team real quick. Alright, Anaxa, you come out. No more dilly-dallying. I want to know how the story ends. Maybe one more dilly-dallying. What is this?
Dear Celios, word has reached us that you intend to face Aquila alone. And resolve that we have no doubts that you are strong enough to face the Titans.
Oh, you meant like that. Okay,
I always thought it wasn't until after Mama left that we
Okay,
eventually
I
saw
can't.
your
Give me a sec. Let me just click through this.
your
I'll come back to
good
this thing
friend.
later. Okay, oh, you meant like Mika's situation where there are people around who could hear what he's saying. Well, in my case, it is pretty much the same, except that the only person who'll really hear what I'm saying is my wife, and usually she's very used to me, you know, being on Discord, playing different games, and talking smack, right? And, like, she herself is often on Discord, so we would actually be in the same voice chat, just, you know, talking to each other and some of our other friends and stuff like that as well. Plus, like, she knew me back when, earlier on in my career, I was actually a radio host. So the idea that I would just keep babbling on for 2.5 hours straight, now it's nearing 3 hours, my god, somebody stop me. I'm joking. Anyway, the idea that I just keep babbling on and on and on and on is something that she is utterly used to. And I think she just kinda ignores it, or maybe she'll just tune into the stream if she finds whatever I'm talking about to be interesting enough. It is a private room, I suppose. Like, it is a room in the place that I live, you know. Luckily, there's not a lot of construction or anything around, so that aspect is pretty good. Oh, come on. Are you telling me we gotta make the bridge ourselves?
To block our path, but we've backed them into a corner.
This hurdle is trivial compared to the endless. I'll restore the bridge every time, no matter how many times the Titan obstructs us.
Mika, I think, lives with a larger family than I do, so I might have a little bit of an advantage there. Okay, how do we do this? Alright, you go here. And then... Nope, nope. Now we're cooking. Alright. Oh yeah, she definitely has a pair of noise cancelling headphones and I'm noise. There was once this really funny thing that happened, right? So she and her friend were playing Stardew Valley on her PC, right? While sitting opposite to me, who was playing Final Fantasy 14, and I was in like a raid situation. It was like against a big boss, right? And I was like screaming like, go to the left, go to the left, go to the right, as people who were actually playing with her could hear me through her voice chat. It was very funny. And then people were like, what is he even doing? Oh, that's actually a really cool line.
I sense resentment, terror.
Run.
But as for her, I cannot sense anything.
Switch back to my man Anaxa. Alright, so let's move up a floor. I am so sick of running after this freaking eyeball. Alright, listen, Aquila, I am coming for you, buddy.
Aquila already seems aware of their fate.
Now you better run.
We won't make them wait for too long. A Titan shall get Dawnmaker to have its first taste of blood.
Ooh, Finon.
That sword you wield. It seems familiar.
Nah, bro, what do you mean?
Are you sure about that? This is only recently forged.
Perhaps.
Okay, pause.
Is this the dome of the Celestial Mirror?
What? Okay.
It's truly marvelous.
People... Oh, okay, no worries, man. It's okay. I'm just happy that you are here, so I'm not just speaking to the void. Now, anyway, let me think out loud a little bit here, okay? For context, I am someone who plays this game majority for its lore. I really like that stuff. So, okay, so there has been this boss in this story arc that kinda looks like that guy Finon, right? Like, they have very similar designs where Finon is designed around the sun, this boss is designed around the moon. And one of the cool things about this boss is that he had this really cool looking, like, greatsword, right? And Finon, who keeps breaking all the swords that he uses, eventually had a sword made that looks identical to... close enough to the other guy's sword. Now, the thing is, there's a theory that goes on in the fan spaces that this guy, the boss character, is actually Finon from the future, who's come back to try to stop the Finon from the present from going through with the storyline that they're going through because something bad happens in the future, right? And that, yeah, I can see that happening. Like, I mean, less crazy stuff has happened in this game. I mean, crazier stuff has happened in this game. But the thing is, that lion guy who said the sword is familiar, he's from 1,000 years in the past, right? Like, he's been alive since then. So how can he find this sword familiar? Does that mean that this idea of Emphorius, the planet that we are on, being in a time loop is something that is really true? But if it is really true, how can the little Pegasus be a descendant of the big one? How can Hyacinth be a descendant of the previous hero if they were different people? So what's going on here? How can somebody from 1,000 years ago recognize a sword that was made based on a sword that someone who is potentially from the future has? Like, is time a flat circle? What is going on? And those are my thoughts at the moment. And to shift gears, Trix, let me answer your question. This is not the Fate collab patch. I believe the next patch is, right? I believe the Fate collab goes live July 11th or so, is what I'm told. You might want to look up the exact dates. Anyway, you seem to be replying to my theory. You think that the big Pegasus has amnesia? I'm not so sure about that. I think what's going on here is that whoever each of these characters who are the Chrysos heirs, the main characters of this arc, other than, you know, the actual main character, they are characters who have been kind of chosen by destiny to go and kill the gods of their world and inherit their powers. So I'm gonna assume that the person who inherited the power that Finon is gonna inherit previously also had a similar sword. Or it could also be that the sword that Finon made is one that cycles through time. It could also be that there is it could also be that this sword actually pertains to what's really going on in Amphorius. Now, without a lot of context about the plot, you might be wondering, what the heck is this guy talking about? Alright, listen, so there's a theory that this whole world and the whole story on it is some kind of elaborate illusion, a simulation, if you will. That what's really going on here is that there's a very powerful being locked on this planet, trapped in a labyrinth of memories. A loop, an infinite loop, right? It's a theory that people have come to after like sharing and noticing certain discrepancies in the world. So perhaps this sword is something that pertains to that real Amphorius. It is a ways away, yeah, and I'm really glad, because otherwise I'm cooked. Not that I'm going for any of those characters, but like, if they suddenly showed up when I do have characters I am going for right now, I'm gonna be going for a character in the second half of this patch. Oof, I'll be in trouble. I've been saving a lot, but I would still like to, you know, be able to get the characters I do want. Anywho, let's resume stories. Nanomachines, son? Maybe. I mean, like I said, stranger things have happened. This is a science fantasy game, so I wouldn't put many things off the table. If it turns out that this world was a simulation, I'll be like that meme, you know, they call me crazy. Star Rail lore goes hard, dude. The story is also pretty decent, genuinely. Like, I'm not gonna tell you that this is peak cinema or whatever, but it is actually really good.
Exactly. Employ the tactics you've mastered to expose them. And...
Hyacinthia, we will heed your wishes, channeling our strength to reveal Aquila's
Oh my
true
god, I'm
form.
so excited. Yes, show me!
It's been 1,000 years. Without our pact, Lunabus and I might have dissipated like everything else here.
our pact requires us to await the return of the Skyfolk to their ancestral lands, to complete the mission of reclaiming the Titan's core flame.
Let me pause the story a little bit and talk about the collab characters, since you're making a point about it. If you ask me, right, we are currently in the stage of the game where little bits of leaks are starting to come out about what these characters may be like, you know, like how their kits may function, and this is a bit of a morally gray area when it comes to playing these kind of games. Some people make the argument that you shouldn't look at leaks because you want to let the companies officially showcase what these characters can do, and the other train of thought is that, you know, this is a game built on FOMO, and because of that, y'all really need to grab a hold of every advantage that you can get and try to learn as much as you can. Legally speaking, strictly, it's not great. So I'm not gonna speak too directly about it, but let me just put it this way. Each of these characters seem to have their own gimmick. Supposedly, allegedly, according to people who've seen it. Wink wink. And they don't seem that crazy. They seem like just powerful characters that have something specific going on. I don't think they'll break the meta in any way. Like, they have released characters that are way more broken than those two. In fact, did you know that recently they released a character who has an ability that can work on your account even if they're not in your party? This is what we call a global passive, and the global passive is, if any of your party members dies, she'll revive them. Now, I don't really need this, because mostly if my party members are dying, I'm already cooked, so it's too late. But for new players, for people who really like this character, this is a massive boon, right? And there is a larger discussion to be had about whether this sort of thing is healthy for the game, but you know, that's not what we're here for. So all in all, bottom line, I don't think the collab characters are gonna break the Star Rail meta at all. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if like they just come and go. Like they're strong in the moment, but once we move on, they're just another set of strong characters, nothing too defining or significant in the long run of the game. Because if you think about it, these are characters that are here that are only here for a very limited time. So if they turn out to be the best characters ever, that'll actually disincentivize people from trying the game, you know, from jumping into it even if it's later in its life cycle. And I think that for that reason, and I think these characters will be aight, you know? Like, they won't be weak, they won't be super strong, they'll just be just right. Strong enough to beat endgame content, which many of the characters released are. And that's about it. Power creep is a very difficult thing to manage in games like this, I definitely agree. And so far, Star Rail has done a job that ranges from decent to bad but not terrible. Right? You should come back when I'm having a endgame mode playing type of stream, okay? It'll happen sometime soon, every 2 weeks. But anyway, then we can discuss a little bit more about the game and the meta and power creep and everything. Because if we start talking about this, it's gonna be a whole other like tangent, right? But for now, to answer your question with the most definitive way I can, I don't think they're gonna break no metas. They just seem aight. You know, someone actually tried to convince me that the Fate characters were the only characters worth rolling for because they are the true limited characters, because once they're gone, they're gone. I am embarrassed to tell you it almost worked. Because there is something very tempting about standing on top of a mountain that no one else can stand on, ever. But, you know, got eyes on the prize. Pick the characters you really want, who will really make a difference for you, and don't get lost in the sauce.
We will carry out your will, Miss Hyacinth, as faithfully as we kept our promise to Seliosi.
One of the things that I really don't like about gacha games is how much they use FOMO to predate on you, you know? I think it's very predatory. Like, honestly, if I didn't like the story of the game, if I didn't like the mechanical act of playing the game, I would have ditched it long ago. The gacha thing really isn't my favorite thing, but, you know, unfortunately for me, I actually do like playing the game. I actually do enjoy the story.
Soldiers tainted by the Black Tide.
Ooh, that looks sick.
They continue to defend the realm of the Sky Titan after all this time.
Perhaps they are protecting the truth slumbering here.
Aside from the descendants of the Sky named in the Pact, no one else is entitled to access the memories here.
I'm increasingly intrigued by what happened next. Let's deal with these fallen guards first, then. Embark on this final lesson in history.
Finon's voice actor has really been cooking this patch, y'all. Like, this guy is good.
I feel that I can do more than just cut down evil with this blade. With golden flames, I can forge a new dawn.
So true, bestie.
Time to cleanse the film.
What's the matter?
Oh yeah. Oi! That was a waste of a turn, whoops.
This divine power, I reforge all things.
I've heard the call. This mortal form, watch over you, and guide you on your path.
By the way, this is a party made up of some of my most beloved characters in this game. I really like Anaxa because he wears an eye patch and uses guns, things that I really love. She is alright. I got her mostly because she's an excellent healer. I really like her because, I'm gonna be real, like, her whole aesthetic really works for me. I just think she's super cute. And she uses a paintbrush, which I think is so cool, right? And I really like this character because he had a really cool role to play in the story. I really vibed with it. Okay, you have asked the wrong person that question, you see, because these days, people say things like, you know, the story is full of yapping and stuff like that just when people talk in it, right? Now, there are games out there where they take 5 minutes to get to the point that they could have gotten 1 minute ago. And I think you'll know what I mean when I say this. They yap for real. Like, they're talking about, like, nonsensical stuff. It's like sentences that go in circles. They repeat a lot of things. But then there are games where the dialogue is actually about something, right? It reveals something about character, it builds up something, it hints at something. And if you ask the typical gacha gamer whether Star Rail is a yappy story, they'll say yeah, it is. But I super disagree. I think that the story has been getting better and better and sharper and more mindful with its dialogue than ever before. I think that these guys don't really waste your time just talking about random bullcrap. I think that it's actually, like, if you pay attention, there is something good here to enjoy, you know? Like, I like the way that the different characters are written, I like the way the lore is as well. But I've always said that lore is easy, but stories are hard. Developing characters, showing their crisscrossing relationships and everything. So on that note, I think that the main story, which is long, admittedly, is long because it's got actual content to go through. Like, these guys are cooking. They really know how to tell a good story. Penacony, which is a world that was before Emphorius, the Greek-themed one, was really entertaining, like genuinely. It got to the point where the end of a patch had me excited for the very next one, hoping like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? I gotta know, right? It got me and some of my friends like debating like what could happen next, what did this character mean when they said this, what do you think XYZ character is gonna do, right? And I have never felt that way while playing Hoyo's other gacha game. I think you know what I'm talking about. And all of its cutscenes for me are nothing short of yappery. They're just yapping. There's nothing to it. But here, there is absolutely something to it. But anyway, let me just quickly defeat these guys, you know. Get it out of the way.
Recount.
I'm just a frail insanity. To the soul.
You have fulfilled your duty, guards.
I wouldn't say every piece of dialogue is a banger, but they're not talking for no reason, right? They're not repeating the stuff that they're saying over and over again. The stories are mindfully written, the characters are characterized well. The dialogue isn't here to fill space. Like, you know how sometimes in the other sister game, character, like Paimon, might exist as a mouthpiece for the main character. Here, the main character's mouthpiece is themselves. Like, they actually get to say stuff and do stuff. I'm not saying that they have voice dialogue all the time, but you as the player actually do get to express yourself along the way. And more importantly, when people talk, not only to you, but to each other, it's good stuff. And another thing I personally really like, okay? So, in this game sometimes, they've started doing this thing where they won't just be showing the perspective of the main character. They'll sometimes switch over to another character who is somewhere else and show their story. And I think that that's super cool, because that way, you're not locked onto the main character's perspective alone anymore. You can actually explore the story from many different angles, right? There was this instance in Penacony where we got this deep insight into the villain and what his motivations were, and that made fighting him and the ultimate conclusion to his arc very, very emotionally impactful. Yeah, dude, this game, the filler dialogue that unnecessarily pads scenes is not that high. I would say that the scenes are comfortable amount. Like, there are, like, they use flowery language, right? Because, you know, they are trying to sound a little larger than life. But it's not pointless. And not every character speaks like a Shakespearean character. There are people who have really coarse language, who, you know, keep things real simple because that's their personality. But then there are very highly educated people, very, like, high political position people, they had their different vibes of approaching it. Anyway.
Seliosi, do you still have your humanity after merging with the Titan? I hope you can witness the harvest of the seeds you once sowed. Now, only the final steps remain.
No, not Honkai Impact 3rd. I have nothing but love for that game. I'm talking about Genshin Impact, homie.
I can feel the memories here churning. It's as if
Me and Genshin broke up a few years ago and I have never looked back since.
refusing to fade away.
But I mean, I ain't gonna spend a lot of time bashing that game on stream because I'd rather play this game instead.
The wandering memories here seem to be pleading for something heavy with pain and grief. Like ghosts lingering by the river of souls.
Are you ready, Hyacinth?
Yes. The Flame Chase journey is reaching its final
I
chapter.
mean,
No
yeah,
matter how
even on
cruel
this
the truth
planet,
may be,
the character
nothing will
who's
sway
supposed
my
to be from the
determination to
Sparta
finish
of
this
this
mission.
world doesn't talk like an erudite scholar. He talks like a warrior, you know? He's using really blunt terms and such and has a very in-your-face personality, right? But then there are characters who are professors, characters who are like philosophers, like students, all this kind of thing. Like Hyacinth herself has a kind of a fancy way of speaking because she's actually a history student or like a learned person in that field, right? And Finon has a more eloquent way of speaking because he recently took over as the leader of this group, so he has to be a bit more like flowery with his delivery because he's constantly giving speeches to get people motivated.
We're on the same page, Lord Finan.
Go to the celestial globe, Hyacinthia. The forgotten past will reveal itself to you, one fragment at a time. Hold fast.
I am
to your
so
resolve.
curious to see what this secret
needed
is.
to
I wanna
face
know.
what
I
lies
wanna
ahead.
know. Oh my god. I must know. Wait, there are 3 of them? That's crazy.
The turn of dawn and dusk. Embrace the clouds.
Look who we've caught. An old-fashioned disciple of the ancient god.
I'm
Frail
witnessing
Titan was
this.
conquered long ago by the mighty warrior goddess. Now, they're nothing more than rusted scrap, left in the forge to decay over countless years. Surrender to us, relic of a bygone era. We'll reshape your clouded mind and grant you a place alongside your kin in Celiosi's glory.
Your so-called reshaping is nothing more than torment, both in body and mind. No. I'd rather die than give in to hypocrites like you, hiding behind empty faith and wielding power as you please.
I figured you were messing with me, but I wanted to clarify in case it was ever in doubt. Honkai Impact walked through so that Honkai Star Rail could run, okay? Like, we even have literally wealth from Honkai Impact in this game, so you won't hear anything negative about it from me.
Under the guise of faith, leaving countless souls to suffer
But
endlessly.
the other
under
one,
the
on the
scorching
other
sun.
hand,
Did you ever consider that even the fiercest sun could one day fall?
I once thought.
Spare us your empty excuses, relic of the old world. I'd rather die than give in to hypocrites like you, hiding behind empty faith and wielding power as you please. You've already sentenced yourself. All we're doing is following through. Do it. Make it clean.
Yo, don't kill her.
The creation shaped by Kefali in their image failed to inherit their compassion and acceptance. Are you alright, Hyacinth?
I'm fine, Lord Finan. I expected this. It's just thinking about the vision Celiosi held before declaring war on the Titan. This sight is deeply heartbreaking. Let's move on.
Celiosi possessed the strength to slay gods. It She failed to sever the cycle of karma, rooted deeply in humanity's hearts.
A day of peaceful repose.
We're definitely gonna have to fight our way out of this one. I know it. I can feel it.
The turn of dawn and dusk, commanding the celestial globe.
And to answer your question, yes, Honkai Impact is still going, and they've actually hugely improved on the game over time. Apparently, HoYoverse does this thing where they don't actually shut down a lot of the gachas that they have. They still are running Tears of Themis as well, which is another gacha game that they have going on. I'm not gonna ever play Honkai Impact because, I mean, I gotta catch up with so much, but the people who play it seem to be having a good time.
Please, help us, the Forsaken Skyfolk. Lady Kindness, you are the strong one.
Not you, Kindness. For context, Kindness is a villain that we're kind of dealing with on the side.
Did the Skyfolk conspire with them?
Word has it you hunt those with golden blood, all in your quest to cleanse the world of the filth of those cursed offspring. Delivered justice for us. The witch with golden blood struck down the proud eye of Twilight, desecrating their divine grace. Yet, it is we, the devout denizens of the sky, who are forced to pay the price.
I can smell your despair, Skyfolk. The cleaners are on the side of mortals. Together, we'll erase that blasphemous bloodline from this world. The Day Thunder Knight and her fantastic creatures are far too strong. No one can hope to defeat them in a direct fight. But we'll show you every trick, every strategy you can use to turn the tide.
In their desperation, those ancient disciples were willing to do anything. Even ally themselves with the cleaners. But I'm guessing their plan failed, didn't it?
Those assassins were vicious, but not foolish. They never actually dared to attack Celiosi. They weren't driven by any genuine desire to help the oppressed. Their true targets were the innocent Chrysos heirs, hidden among the Skyfolk. These schemes only came to light long after the damage was done.
Before the Flame Chase journey began, the Chrysos heirs waged war against each other over who was a legitimate heir of the prophecy. Even Trebi's many selves were pulled into the chaos. At the time, golden blood was seen as a curse. Honestly, it's easy to see why.
You know, I'll agree with you to a point. It really did put this style of game on on a lot of people's radars, right? It's just that, as my friend likes to say, it got the COVID buff, and that's why a lot of people spend a lot of time in it, and now there's a lot of sunk cost fallacy going on. My big beef with that game and other games like it is that I feel like when it comes to games and gaming, you might have even heard this perspective of mine on podcasts that we do. I tend to side with player-friendly design, right? And I don't mean you can't challenge the players. I don't mean that you always gotta give the player what you want. I just mean that you shouldn't make things in your game that are designed to target players in a negative way, to exploit them, to mess with them, right? To kind of like play into their weaknesses or otherwise abuse them. And it also includes wasting their time, effort, energy. And these are mainly the reasons why I do have some amount of beef with that specific game and gacha games in general, because I think that it's inherently player unfriendly to constantly drive people to desperation through FOMO, right? It might sound a little hypocritical of me to be playing this game and talking that talk, but I do really feel this way, and I'm hoping that, like, most people who play these games will play them responsibly and not just spend everything they have when they can't. And on the other hand, that the companies making these games recognize and value the very customer base that put them on the map and treat them well as they can, while trying to make a crap ton of money off of them. But I digress. Can you please give me a boss fight now? I've been waiting to fight this eye in the sky for a long time.
Nowhere to hide, Titan.
Yeah, Titan, come here.
Look, everyone, over there.
Are those Lady Lunabis and Lord Solibes?
You're right, and loot boxes are horrible too. And I also don't like battle passes now that we're on this topic. I think that those are not necessary for games to be good either. Whatever happened to the old time when you could play a game and earn the rewards, huh? Yes, sounded like a little bit of an old timer there, but I digress.
Your Highness, what are you planning to do? We are devout disciples of Lady Seliosi. We would never betray her. It's those rats. They are the fools who backstabbed our hero.
I'm just including that particular game in a list of games that I consider to be player unfriendly.
Punish them, Your Highness. Without these stubborn remnants of the past, the Skyfolk may finally stand united under the warrior goddess's banner.
The strong crush the weak, twisting faith into a tool for oppression.
The weak rise to power, yet the cycle of hatred endures, unbroken through time.
Seliosi has made her judgment.
The corruption within humanity is a sickness beyond cure.
Oh, that's a hard line.
Yet she once loved us with such fierce devotion. Has she given up on us?
Seliosi touched the core flame and gained the vision of the Titan.
She saw what the god fears, rooted in the darkness, spawning from the edge of the world. The black tide, it devours all.
They flee from the clouds, not out of favoritism toward the scorching sun, but merely out of fear of that boundless shadow.
Yet humanity misinterpreted the gods' intentions, forging them into weapons for fratricide.
Now there's a term you don't hear every day, fratricide.
From sorrow and tragedy shall end here.
In the name of the warrior goddess. What kind of fate has she woven for us?
We are here to deliver the message Seliosi left for mortals. To my once beloved, yet now unsavable kin. With golden divine blood coursing through me, even the tyrant of the sky bends to my unyielding light. My light burns far brighter than before, and the fog clouding my mind has finally lifted.
I gaze upon this fragile earth through the god's 100 eyes, and resolution fills me. A hero's instinct drives me forward, compelling me to deliver your final
Okay, I'm gonna pause this story right now and talk to you about it because I actually really like the topic that you're bringing up. See, my opinion is that I think that gacha is inherently a player unfriendly system. I don't like it. I think that there are very good games that are shackled by this system because somewhere somehow people found out that this was a quick and easy way to make money, right? And I think that in other scenarios it also is that in the Chinese market at least, that a lot of developers feel like this is the way to keep their games alive, to keep their studios running, to keep them earning so that they might be able to continue making games, that this is the more guaranteed way, right? And I find that really sad. Like, if you took Star Rail and you removed all the gacha mechanics out today and you just had new characters drop to it the way that they do in Marvel Rivals or something, right? I don't necessarily think it'll be a worse game. In fact, I might actually enjoy it more. now that is the gacha aspect of it. Now when it comes to Genshin specifically, gacha is one part of the reason why it's not to my taste. Another part of it is that I used to be really big on the story and the lore, right? And I found the act of following its story and its characters and its lore personally to be profoundly unrewarding. Because what is the point of playing a story where you're doing busy work, counting down to when it will get cool one day? Why are we always waiting for cool stuff to happen someday? You might argue that, oh, the story's been getting better recently, and I say good for y'all. But like, I went through the Archon Quest of Liyue, I went through the Archon Quest of Inazuma, and I was not having a good time. And the fact that you can't even proceed forward to current content without going through them, at least back when I played, made the grind very painful. Like, if it was a chore to go through that story, and I really tried to approach it with an open mind, but like it felt like a middle of the road anime to me, you know? Like, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen, but it really was nowhere near the best thing I've ever seen. But that being said, I don't want to talk about it too much because, like I said, I'd rather focus on what I do like and, you know, what I am enjoying. Hence why I play this game now, and why I'm doing story based stuff. I'll answer you one last Star Rail compared to Genshin question, and that's the one you just asked me, and then we'll call it for today, if that's okay, alright? Because I can't keep dwelling on this too long, because then you're gonna get me on a soapbox, and who knows when, maybe it'll be an 8-hour stream. Joking. Alright, so, the story content is not gated by stamina. It is not gated by time-based resources. Like, if you started this game today with a fresh account, you could continuously keep playing the story until, you know, you are reaching the present. The only thing that's stopping you is your character's level, right? And that is a thing where, like, as you play, you'll be increasing these levels as well, and eventually you'll get to the point where you won't need to bother, so you'll just be able to play on. One thing that I find more player friendly on the Star Rail side is when it comes to building characters, you have to farm certain items, which does have like time and resource gating that you're talking about. But the difference between Star Rail and its sister game is that in that game, specific domains which have specific materials are open on specific days of the week. But here, you can farm for anything you want, any day of the week, for any character. And this is so huge, because that means I'm spending time building the characters I actually want. I'm not waiting for Tuesday until, you know, the X domain opens up in the Fire Island or whatever. I'll just find what I want from a list, click, and then spend my resources on it. Oh, is it good or bad? Okay, I'll give you one last question because I like you. But here's where I'm at, right? I've played Final Fantasy XIV. I play it to this day. I'm current patch on that. I also have friends who play Destiny, and friends who play Warframe, right? And none of these games have time-gated content. Like, if I wanted a pair of pants on Final Fantasy, I could grind 10 hours straight for it and get it, right? And there are people who do that, right? But at the same time, there are healthier, well-adjusted people, or people who have their needs met, who don't feel the need to do that. Like, take me for example. I log into Final Fantasy these days to play the story mode, and once the story is done for the patch, I will log in every Friday night to do the raids with my raid group, right? And that's about it. But there are other people that I know who log in daily to do the dailies, and then that's about it. I think that addiction is not something that you can necessarily prevent with force. It's something that's a bit more of a personal problem, and that there needs to be support for these people in real life to help them cope with these things. Because no matter what a game does, ultimately they will find a way to fill that gap. Like, imagine that there is a super addicted gacha gamer, right? So they play Star Rail, then they're done with their energy. Then they play Wuthering Waves, then they play Genshin, then they play Punishing Grey Raven, then they play Arknights, then they play Fate Grand Order. And just doing their dailies, by the way, and that's already like a list of 6. Ultimately, all these people are trying to do, or let me put it this way, all these people are doing, achieves, is just saying, hey, we're not the reason you're addicted, see, we're controlling how much you can play, so it's those other games over there, it's not really our fault. Which I think is a cop-out. I would rather you give the players the freedom to play as much or as little as they want, yeah. I think this artificial gating is stupid. And I think that how normalized it is weird. Up until I started playing gacha games, I've never experienced this, and I found it to be severely limiting as a player. I was like, I'm somebody who came from games like Final Fantasy. You want a piece of equipment that's rare, you just grind until you get it. You know? Like, I don't consider this to be a player-friendly action. I think it's a muzzle that they're pretending. It's like a leash that they're pretending is a path, but it's not. And it'll never really fix the problem, only dodge responsibility by making it somebody else's problem, because the people who get addicted are still addicted. I didn't say that. You'll never catch me saying that. Alright, anyway. Now, you have kept me away from this really banging story long enough. I appreciate the questions and it was fun chatting, but listen, I gotta get in on this, alright? I've been waiting to see what this Titan looks like for a while, and now you're stuck with me. I wouldn't comment on that, not on stream anyway.
The golden pool at your feet.
Rejoice, for as everyone's flesh and blood merge with liquid gold,
you will finally understand what true unity means.
I thought seeing mistake coming. This isn't your fault, Celiosi. Your only mistake was placing far too much hope in humanity.
Are these two essentially erasing people and turning them into gold sludge?
You...
Yes. We acted as Celiosi's executioners.
That day, countless skyfolk fell from the dome of the Eye of Twilight. Swallowed by golden lava, they spent their entire lives praying to the sky. Yet their devotion never earned them wings to escape their fate.
That is dark, dude.
After learning about everything she went through, I can only feel regret. But I can't condemn her choice.
This is the true history. Was Celiosi's fusion with Aquila truly meant to save humanity from ruin?
By touching the core flame, Celiosi gained insight into the Titans' fear, glimpsed their cold indifference. Aquila never yearned for mortal devotion. The establishment of the Sky Civilization was merely the result of humanity's own doing. The celestial globe, said to
Oh, Trix, in case you didn't catch it because you showed up a bit late, this Sky Fortress is powered by something like an ocean of gold. So they basically dropped everybody who lived on it into the ocean of gold, which means that they melted and, you know, got murked.
Disillusioned with humanity, Celiosi began to long for the detachment of divinity. She sent Lunabis and me to the Earth in search of a forbidden art said to fuse human and Titan souls.
Alchemy.
Professor Anax's alchemy already achieved such power 1,000 years ago?
Celiosi, who passed fatal judgment on the Skyfolk, had turned her back on humanity. If this was the path she chose, then whose wish have my ancestors and I been guarding all this time?
The final fragment of history lies just ahead. Go and claim it, just as Seliosi once did. You must.
Okay, I'm actually nervous. I don't know what's happening here. What could the final piece be? Okay, Hyacinth, whatever happens, I got you.
Seliosi had abandoned her humanity. Then, my Twilight Courtyard ancestors and me, are we truly her descendants? The truth will soon be revealed. No matter what, I will not run away from my mission. Grady, will you stand by my side?
Yes, let's go. Oh, and they won't even tell us what this thing is? Sure. I don't care what it is. I got an Axa. Oh, we need Hyacinth on here. Okay. Okay. Gotta do a little lineup change then. Where's my boy? There's my boy. Now we're talking. DPS should be on the edge.
Is that... Great Seliosi, I beg you, spare this humble life. I've never harmed anyone. The punishment you deliver out of rage is far too harsh for someone innocent like me.
The time has come, mortal.
It's time to face your destiny.
Wait! Please! Let me speak with Her Highness, the Warrior Goddess.
I don't know if it's the conclusion. That's what makes it really exciting, because if this isn't the conclusion, what even could be? This is certainly a big climax though.
Chosen by the prophecy, just
That's
like Lady
the reason why I've been doing like a 3.5 hour stream, is because I just couldn't find a good place to cut it off. It just keeps getting more interesting.
Seliosi, what will you do with one of your own?
A Chrysos heir. You are no different from the rest.
Seliosi Theos Synthetos. That name means something. Give me a moment while I Google what Theos means. Okay, so in Greek, Theos means God, and Synthetos, very obvious, synthetic. So Seliosi, the synthetic god.
You were once one of the Sunborn. Did you ever rise to defend the weak? When your kin oppressed others under the guise of the Titan's favor?
I did not.
You abandoned your old faith and made me your new god after Aquila's fall.
Uh-oh. This doesn't look good.
Did you offer your help when your comrades turned their blades on the faithful who refused to convert?
I did not.
When the prophecy of Genesis reached all beings, calling the Chrysos heirs to become heroes of this fractured world. Did you overcome your inner weakness and heed its urgent call?
I failed to do
Oh, I
so.
think she's cooked, y'all.
Look, Chrysos heir. You are no different from the rest. My judgment is just. Only burning gold can purify your sins.
Wait, Lady Seliosi. Please, grant me a moment to explain my cowardice. Your divinity indeed casts our mediocrity in a harsh and unflattering light. Humanity has walked this earth for many ages, enduring life's struggles and witnessing its shameful imperfections. Yet, despite everything, we built great city-states and thriving civilizations. Even when trapped in the mud of malice, we continued to struggle and push forward. Because beyond our flaws, the virtue that we all share is tenacity. Even if it means risking everything.
I really want to
have,
fight a giant
everything I
eyeball
have
or whatever
yet
it
to
really
gain.
looks like, dude. I really gotta see.
I must
So far, the
kneel
boss
before
designs
you,
in this arc have been
begging
amazing.
For a chance at life. I need to prove that mortals are capable of redemption.
To admit your weakness in such a righteous manner, it seems you have completely abandoned your dignity.
You say you're willing to risk everything you've yet to gain. Tell me, what kind of miraculous bet is that?
It's simple, Lady Celiosi. Should you grant me a chance at life, I will ensure that your epic is passed down through generations, sung by my descendants.
So
until the end
she
times
is the
buries all
person
civilizations and legends.
From whom Hyacinth is descended.
Should the prophecy of deliverance we've heard hold even the slightest chance of becoming reality, then my descendants will return here one day to prove to you that even the flawed and imperfect mortals you disdain can bear the weight of the world.
Interesting. Release her, Solibus, Lunibus. From now on, she and her descendants will carry both the sky's blessings and the curse of their history. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for the one who is
You think that she's gonna look like just an eyeball? Just you wait. Whatever this boss looks like is gonna be sick as heck.
I'll take pleasure in mocking these mortal children on how their progenitress sold their unborn.
Progenitress is such a cool word. The female version of progenitor.
The truth of the legend is finally clear. Hyacinthia.
Am I the descendant of that nameless Chrysos heir? Our lineage wasn't from the hero, but from a nameless Chrysos heir who begged for mercy before her. My whole clan's fragile mortal life was simply spared on Celiosi's whim.
She sees only the sins we've committed. But we will make her understand that it's not all we are.
Yeah, Finon, that's the stuff. I would actually really like to see a biblically accurate angel, not gonna lie.
Lady Lunibus, tell me, did you wait for 1,000 years at the Eye of Twilight just to witness that Chrysos heir's child coming back to receive punishment?
Time alters everything, child. Once upon a time, we had not yet learned to read the complexities of human nature. And Celiosi's perspective was our only window into understanding humanity.
Her words were everything to us. Our guide, comfort, command, and admonition. It wasn't until she fell silent that we learned to perceive humanity through our senses.
During our resistance against the Black Tide, we watched over the Earth, observing the progress of the Flame Chase journey. We saw heroes embarking on a mission of deliverance from which they could not return. The unity and hope Celiosi couldn't see, we've witnessed in her place.
We've changed, young Hyacinthia. Our watch isn't about proving humanity's weaknesses anymore. It's about waiting for the return of the light.
Lady Celiosi, I want to tell you this. Doesn't
Go,
matter if you can hear
Hyacinth.
me or not. I want you to know that I am glad to be born as the child of a nameless and ordinary mortal. Only then can I prove to you that tenacious hope, buried in the deepest part of the human soul, has not been lost to time. It's just waiting to heal and grow. And then it will shine once more. Even the most cowardly individual harbors a seed within. Perhaps in your era, the light on the horizon was too dim for it to sprout. But do you see it now? 1,000 years later, the path you forged is now walked by many brilliant heroes. They love the people of this world, unreservedly.
Finon looks so proud.
Willing to sacrifice
Yeah,
themselves
girl.
to shine a light
Talk your stuff.
on the children of humanity. The light they leave behind will inspire the seeds within people to sprout, grow, and thrive, nurturing them every step of the way, until the barren land is reborn as a thriving forest, growing endlessly, and one day, reaching for the sky once again. That twilight, still capable of being healed and protected in the end times, is the reason we choose to bear the weight of humanity's flaws.
History has proven once again, the Flame Chase journey itself is a miracle. It began with a whitewashed lie, but it laid down a path of deliverance for humanity over thousands of years. Seleuci, we have honored the promise made by that nameless Chrysos heir and returned here. We also bring you the answer to your question. Mortals are capable of change, and humanity...
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking about.
Our people forging through the trials of the end times deserve a second chance. We are worthy of a new dawn. Hyacinth.
Yes, Solibus, Lunibus.
We are here, Hyacinthia.
We are here, Miss Hyacinth.
Give me your strength. I've made my decision, and we stand resolved.
Oh, I'm so excited.
For all that mortals have built, I will follow the guidance of the prophecy and claim the core flame of the Eye of Twilight. The children of humanity have returned from the earth, and we will challenge the skies.
I like that quote a lot. Let's go, let's go. Show me your true face, come on.
This time, I will not be overwhelmed by the darkness of humanity. Face us, Avatar of Sky.
Oh my god, what's it even gonna look like? I'm so excited. Girl, you really thought a chain could beat my man Finon? Whoa! Yo! Airship Dragon? Hello? Oh my god. That is so sick! Oh my god. That is just so cool. What? It's so worth it.
Lady Seleuci. Behold, the strength of those who pledge to save the world.
Ooh. Sublime Radiant, the avatar of the sky.
Humanity's
Okay. Let's take a look at this. We've got a few things on the enemy side. So, like you said, Trix, the big eyeball is a weakness there. Then we've also got this guy. The summoner is defeated. The summoned objects are defeated when receiving damage. Okay. Fire damage. What is this? Enhanced state, dispel that non-weakness broker. Okay, so we gotta reduce the temperature to prevent high amounts of damage being done to us, yeah? These guys don't have abilities or what? So it's this thing. Will also raise in temperature. So the big mechanic behind this boss is temperature raising. Okay, I get you. Alright, let's heal everybody.
Thank you. And I'll give you what you
Still
need.
deny your sins? They're clear as
Let's
judgment
try
of the
to...
Ten Lords. By the will of the Ten Lords, the Ten Lords decree, hereby
Oh my
ordained.
god, Hanya, you are just the best. Let's give everybody some weaknesses, huh?
Show with this divine power, I extract the world's purity to reforge all things.
Oh, we're in long form. Okay, I like that. I like that.
Straight to the soul. Sink into insanity.
Alrighty. Let's advance you. And then we ult with you.
Mortal form. I will walk with you, watch over you, and guide you on your path.
Let's drop the temperature a little bit more, eh?
Straight to the soul. Sink into insanity. Look, the show had
We ult
this
again.
divine power. I extract the world's purity to reforge all things.
We drop the temperature. Hey, the temperature wasn't so high. 40 helium flash. Okay, we might be a little cooked. Literally. Attack multiple enemy targets at the same time to reduce the helium flash value.
And I'll give you what you need. What's the matter?
Let's ult with you, eh?
Triumph over the cruel gods! Take back our skies!
I will remember your kindness.
Straight to the soul. Sink into insanity.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, this is such a cool move, what the heck? But hey, didn't really lose a lot of HP there, so that's all good.
Please calm down.
Yes. We gotta drop the temperature.
I shall judge you for the Ten Lords.
Okay, chill out, bro. Like, dang. Okay, we're gonna hit you, and then we're gonna implant some weaknesses again.
Sink into insanity.
Gonna take you out.
The show has begun. With this
I look forward to facing this enemy in the Memory of Chaos or some kind of end game mode. It's gonna be so much fun. Alrighty, let's give everybody a little heal. Go, little Ika.
You still deny your sins? They're clear as day. By the will of the Ten Lords,
Oh, very nice.
the Ten Lords decree, hereby ordained.
Actually, that was the wrong time to use that ability, I think. But you know, you live, you learn.
Serenity stands clear before me.
Alright. Mr. Sky Titan, I hope you're ready to be broken.
I will strike down the false sun.
Give us the core for the
Oh boy.
soothe the world's pain.
Oh, oh no.
Together.
That was a mistake. I should have used the alt first.
True God, and take back our skies.
Oh, we're really struggling with the skill point economy in this fight. I'm not able to fully utilize the characters the way that they should be. But we'll try our best.
Sink into insanity. Look, the show with this divine power. I extract the world.
Yeah, dude, the pony is kinda strong, you're very right. The thing is, that guy is a healer. Like, she's a healer, she shouldn't be hitting that hard, and yet here we are, right? I love that. I love that for Hyacinth. And a fully better built character that's not like just the story mode Hyacinth could really be doing some good stuff. Okay, we will bring you, and we will give you this buff.
Bid you farewell. In this mortal form, I will walk with you, watch over you.
I think
Guide you on your path.
Hanya is the most useless character here, but you know, you live, you learn. Next time I won't bring Hanya to this kind of fight. 1%? Are you kidding me, bro? That happens to me all the time. No, the reason why I don't have resources is because I'm managing them poorly, because this team is a little bit hungry on that.
Still deny your sins? They're clever. That will not defeat us.
What's really going on is that these guys are raising up the temperature, and this guy is using moves, like the big guy is using moves that hurt us, right? Who the heck applied all of this? Oh, right, gotcha. And these things seem to be giving it some sort of buff as well. So I'm proceeding pretty carefully here.
Emptying your mind is a good way to.
Let's finish this. Slice off their wings.
Oh my god, this design is just so sick. I love the use of color here as well.
Quick, behind me.
Whoa! Are we fighting on a falling platform? That is so sick! Oh my god!
Before we crash into the pool of gold.
Oh, there's a new mechanic in play. What's happening now? Okay, let's read a little. Thunder. So we're dealing with lightning damage. Little smilers. This is the number of thunder clouds on this. Okay. So thunder clouds increase the more damage it does. Yes, you are right. It looks like a, how do you say, a Mecha Machina, right? And I think that's beautiful. Genuinely, I really love this design so much.
I extract the world's purity to reforge all things.
Alright, brother, it's time to cook.
soul. Sink into insanity.
Heard the call, loud and clear. Trinity stands clear before me.
As you can see, straight to the soul. Sink into insanity.
You don't know how serious this is.
Thus will not defeat with the will of the flame chase.
Alright. We out. We get all of our stacks back. Little man goes in. And now I think we're gonna attack this one, get a little bit of skill points back. Little man goes in again. I think Stork might be the right name because I'm pretty sure that a crane is something else, right? Or is it a crane? I think it's a crane. Crane, Heron. Avatar of the Sky deals additional damage during its next action based on its Thundercloud value. Uh-oh. Girl, we're in trouble. Attack enemies to quickly seize Thundercloud.
The show has with this divine power. I extract.
Made a little bit of a misplay there.
Forge all things.
By the will of the 10 lords. The
Listen,
10
bro,
lords
I'm gonna
of
grab, alright? I'm grabbing.
hereby ordained.
Straight to the soul.
Yes. Yes.
I will overcome the foe. Now, bid you farewell.
Alright, let's give you every buff I can.
Watch over you.
In Kung Fu Panda, it's the crane.
As you can see.
Okay, let's see how you stats. Okay, okay. V-vibe.
Straight to the soul.
Yes. Yes. Ha 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 ha. That's called using your own mechanics against you.
Look, the show with this divine power. I extract.
Listen, buddy, once upon a time I used to be a one-on-one specialist in this game, but now that I have an erudition character, I am nigh unstoppable.
Recount your sins.
Alright, little man, go get him. Yeesh. I mean, everybody's all healed up, right? Like, should I? I'm gonna generate some extra skill points.
I shall judge you for the 10 lords.
Straight to the soul. Sink into insanity.
Alright, let's bring you back.
What's the matter?
Another one.
Sink into insanity.
Oh, bet.
Look, the show with this divine power. I extract.
I am absolutely loving this battle. This was so worth the wait. Oh, that cat-tailed girl is called Cypher, and she is involved in the storyline, so I don't think that this is the end climax, but, you know, she is involved to a lesser extent in the early part. Okay, so little Ika is gone. We gotta ult to get the stacks back, so let's just do that. Oh, this damn unicorn is so cute, you guys. How we feeling? We don't really need any heals, so let's just do a normal attack.
Recount your sins.
I wonder.
10 lords.
Ooh.
The 10 lords decree.
This character has the ability to raise the speed of one character, and he managed to get a turn before before the boss did, so hopefully this will actually achieve something. Come on, yes! Yes! I did it!
Have no intention of dying here with you.
Yo? Aren't you out yet?
Titan!
Whoa.
Nothing!
Aww. In case you don't know, I'm reacting to this. This golden thread is coming from another character who actually passed away. So this is like a little bit of her power coming back to protect them in a very key moment.
Are you still protecting us?
Yeah, dude, right in the eye. Love it. That is the soul of that Titan.
Is it all over now?
Dude, I really loving this fight on guy, alright? I gotta roll for him when he comes out next patch. I've saved quite a lot, so after Cypher I'm definitely giving all I have for fight on.
Take that core flame with you, Hyacinth. Our mission isn't over.
This has been an extremely enjoyable segment of gameplay. Probably my longest stream to date. So excuse me for that, but you know, the game was cooking. I couldn't walk away.
It's a strange feeling. It's so warm and powerful. Holding it in my hand, it feels like the winds of this world might turn for me. Summoning thunder or snow is just a thought away.
I understand how you feel, but right now, this platform is on the brink of collapse. Who knows how much longer it can hold? We need to find a way to leave. Look, over there. No idea, but we have to take a gamble. If the prayer can rewind the shattered platform, then we might ride it back to the entrance. And also retrieve Aglaya's amulet. We can't delay any longer. Everyone, move quickly.
Okay, you got no argument from me.
The golden thread is trembling.
We're out of time. We have to retrieve it. Partner, quickly.
Lift the curtain of memory.
Stir up ripples of past reverie.
No, dude. You don't have anything to apologize for. I really enjoy interacting with people on stream, so if anything, you made it more fun than just doing it alone. Oh no!
Come on. We have to get out of here.
I shall have my final bath in warm and radiant gold. From here on, Finan, you shall embark on a journey with no return. Light fades, only to await the sun's rise. One day you will step forward, not out of fear, but to return the dawn to this world.
It's right in front of us. This way, behind. That door leads outside. There's got to be a path.
So, something that really concerns me is that Finan is
It worked. Let's
basically like a character through which we're exploring the fall of a hero. That he might actually go through all of this only to become a really bad guy or an antagonist in the end.
I know. No.
Ain't got time to dilly no dallies.
Lightning and thunder. The celestial mural is showing the end of the world.
We're so close to achieving the miracle. Humanity will finally take control of its fate. As long as we can make it out of here.
We gotta get out of here. This is the classic, you know. You just defeated the boss. Now the boss's lair is collapsing trick that they pull in Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. And I'm here for it.
Everything is collapsing, and a misstep could lead to a fall.
Door's frame is coming down.
Partner, give us a hand.
By the way, in case it wasn't obvious, our character has the ability to manipulate time in a limited capacity. Girl, run!
Stay close to them. Don't fall behind. Hyacinth, where are those winged beasts?
I'm trying to locate them, but the storm clouds on the mural are blocking my senses. We could use their wings to escape if they were still here.
We'll have to rely on our feet for now. Keep moving. We're not safe yet.
I know that you're joking, but like Finan has actually been a really good guy with a lot of good intentions, and people have kind of propped him up as the hero, the guy who will deliver our world to its final fate, whatever, right? And for him to go through all of these experiences, lose a lot and suffer a lot and face a lot of negativity and realize, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna do what needs to be done, whatever it takes, is actually a pretty decent villain arc, yeah?
It worked! The core flame responded. Everyone, let's get out of here!
Thank you, Hyacinth. I did not want to do a puzzle under duress.
We all have something worth living for. And we all want to see Akima's second dawn.
Come on, come on. Elevator, take us the heck out of here. No, the triplets have this kind of space manipulation power. They're able to essentially like deliver prophecies and use like these gateways to travel.
We make a break for the exit.
They are like a priest of the god of time, but it is the main character who has that power. Come on, let's get the heck out of here.
Everyone, hold on tight. No time for run.
The Titan! Their core flame has already... Could this be Seliosi?
What the heck? Oh my god!
Twisted form. Did the black tide bring me back to life?
That is even sicker than what it used to be. What?
Don't move! Lady Seliosi! Is that you?
Whoa!
Hope.
Eye of
Not in
Twilight,
here.
Black Tide Sync Red, okay.
Please calm down.
Yikes! What is this rot that I have? Maximum restorable HP decreases. How many enemies are there actually? So 2 heads. Currently unselectable, are you kidding me?
So judge you for the 10 lords.
Straight to the soul. Look, the show. With this divine power, I extract the world's purity to reforge all things.
I will overcome the
Dude, wasn't that sick? Like, I was not expecting that at all. I thought we were done with this guy, but this form is so cool.
mortal form.
Like, stuff like this is why I keep coming back to this game. I'm like genuinely having a good time here. Also, the music, dude. The wailing gives me Witcher 3, you know?
Straight to the soul.
Yo!
Laurel, witness the children of humanity. Return to this world. With this gentle storm.
Is he dead? I don't think he's dead.
Your senses.
That is my DPS though, so that is very concerning.
Recount your sins.
I am so concerned right now.
The echo of the apocalypse.
What?
Lady Seliosi.
Call, loud and clear. Now, bid you farewell.
I don't know.
Witness the children.
You don't know how serious this is. I shall judge you for the 10 lords. By the will of the 10 lords. The 10 lords decree. Hereby ordained.
Taking my DPS like that is highly concerning.
Return to this world.
Recount your sins.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. Wow, that is such a cool move. What?
Ancestors, I haven't.
Oh, I think this is one of those fights you're meant to lose.
Bring light to these dark times.
With just a glimmer of light, I'll be able to pierce through the clouds.
Use mine, Hyacinth. I am the one who bears the world. I am the blazing sun destined to rise.
Ooh.
Bestow upon us the healing rainbow.
Yo? Tide of corrosion from all allies and restore SP for them. This has gotta be the climax of this patch, right? I mean, there were cool bosses, a lot of them had cool mechanics, but this is unreal, dude.
Hero, witness the children of humanity. Please calm down.
I feel like I've accidentally just wound up in like the climax of an arc, even though I'm definitely sure it's not. Hyacinth is taken out.
Mortal form. I will walk with you, watch over you, and guide you on your path. Look, the show with this divine power. I extract
In every arc so far, there has been one boss that has a specific like music like this and is like a weekly boss and stuff like that, right? So there are bosses this cool. I have experienced this before in the game. It's just that, like, you know, it's always a pleasure. Let me put it that way. Come on, give me some charge. What do we do? What can we do?
Recount your sins. By the will of the Ten Lords, the Ten Lords decree, hereby ordained.
I love these moves. They're so cool.
What's the matter? I've nothing left to say. Sink into insanity.
Let's see what this looks like.
Humanity's tenacity. We reject your judgment.
I will overcome the
What can we do?
Now, bid you farewell. Look, the show has with this divine power. I extract purity to reforge all things.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this for a moment to answer your question. In terms of story relevance, how big of a deal is this boss? That's a kind of interesting question to answer because, like I said, I told you that this world is potentially a simulation, yes? So as far as the simulation is concerned, we are nearing the end of a generation-long quest, right? But it is just a simulation though, we think. So we will see, you know? Like, as far as I am concerned, this is a big deal for the people who are from this world, but for us, people who are not from this world, yeah, there is more to this story than this, for sure. But I love that they're pulling out all the stops right now, because as far as the characters from this world, like Hyacinth, Phynon, are concerned, this is like a climax of more than 1,000 years of questing.
So judge you for the Ten Lords.
Let's go.
The legend's final chapter.
remember your kindness.
Straight to the soul.
Loud and clear. With this divine power, I extract the world's purity to reform.
This guy is actually very like HP wise high as well. I look forward to facing this guy in the endgame modes. The souped up version of him.
Sink into insanity. Straight to the soul.
Recount your sins.
With this gentle storm, make me come back to your senses, Lady Celiosi.
Together, we shall free the sky.
Witness the children of humanity. Please calm down.
Boot Hill. I didn't bring Boot Hill for this fight because this is clearly an AoE type of fight and my man's really good with single target and that's not what this is about, unfortunately, so I brought Anaxa here, you know, this character because he's really good at multi-target situations.
I shall judge you for the 10 lords.
Sink into insanity. Straight to the soul.
I will overcome the thorns.
Now, bid you farewell.
When you say Finon is a boomer, what do you mean? Like, is he old or what? I could get stronger.
Mortal form. I will walk with you, watch over you, and guide you on your path.
By the will of the 10 lords, the 10 lords decree, hereby ordained.
You know, now that I think about it a little bit, Trickster, I think that the reason why they're going all out with the music here is because they want to kind of build the impression that this is like a super big deal. But it really isn't. I mean, I'm not saying that as a negative. I think that, like, because there are dual layers of story going on here that, like I said, this is a generational quest for Finon and friends, right? Oh, you meant that, like, is Finon that old? No, Finon isn't that old, but he is like a person who is involved in a quest that is much older than he is. He's an inheritor of it, if that makes sense. Look at this move, dude. What? That is so sick. We need a little healing, girl.
And I'll give you what you
You don't know how serious this is. Recount your sins.
Alright, Mr. Sunday.
Sink into insanity. Straight to the soul.
Let's go! No. I said that Finon is involved in a quest that is 1,000 years old. Not that he himself is 1,000 years old.
And only God that Dawnmaker will slay. It's you!
That is not the voice acting of a guy who has got it all together.
Heroes, help us!
Whoa! Oh my god!
Hero of the sky, witness the will of humanity!
A beam clash in my star rail? Are you kidding me right now? Whoa, that is so cool! Whew.
Children of humanity, you have overturned the judgment I once cast in disillusionment.
Please calm down, story. I wanna stop playing for a while. I feel like I've been glued to my seat. I'm having fun, but my god. The stream is over 4.5 hours long now. Mika's gonna eat me alive. Maybe not. Maybe he'll like it. Who knows?
You are worthy of a new dawn.
Oh my god. Are we still doing story? What the heck, bro? Yeah, all those gacha money finally coming into play, huh, Trix?
Seriously, where did they hide that thing? Trash. Just trash. What is this? Never mind. I'll take it anyway. I finally found it! It must be this. The gem of all worlds that the chaplain secretly stashed away. Said to be a fragment peeled from the Dawn device. I can already catch the sweet scent of treasure.
No, Mika isn't waiting for me. I'm just making a joke because we stream a lot and I wonder what he thinks about such a long stream, that's all.
It turns out he's just been padding his secret stash. I've been lurking in the priestly court for over half a year just for this little trinket. Day after day, listening to those stiff priest apprentices drone on with their prayers. I thought I was going to lose my mind. Good thing persistence pays off.
Atticus, is that you?
Atticus. The name rings a bell. Oh! He's the apprentice the chaplain favors most. The one everyone expects to be the next chaplain. Not saying anything would feel awkward. Maybe I can hold it together with Zagreus' ability for now. Now.
I am Atticus.
She has an interesting power. When she tells lies or makes people believe them, they become true.
Old chaplain, it's me. I'm here to assist you with your medicine.
Oh, thank you. Without your care, I would have long been claimed by Thanatos and carried to the River of Souls.
Oh, no need to thank me, Master. It's my duty to care for you while you recover.
This old man is way sicker than I thought. Looks like the priests are deliberately hiding how bad it really is.
She is a cat girl at this point in her story. In the present, she is a cat woman, yes. And yes, she is a cat burglar. I think that's a very common trope, you know, black cat, cat woman, cipher.
I don't know when eternal sleep will claim me. There's one last thing I must must tell you.
Oh boy.
One last thing. Wait. Is he hiding more treasures?
Oh boy, what is this secret?
Maybe a coin of whimsy? Today might just be my lucky day. Calm down, Cyphera. Just breathe.
Stay strong, Chaplain. Keep your spirits up, and don't lose hope. If there's anything important you need to say, I'm all ears.
It's so disgraceful that it fills me
Uh-oh,
with shame.
we're about to get one of them big lore reveals. Okay, hit me. Okay, what is this dirty secret?
Concerns the fate of all.
What? The fate of the city's people. Is it that serious? I must find out more.
The omniscient Sky Father carefully. Before they fell silent, I heard their last words at Dawn Cloud. It announced the prophecy has arrived. My mission has concluded, and I shall return to silence.
Ah, the prophecy of Genesis. The Titan turned to stone. Heard it 1,000 times. Old news. What else you got?
Is Starel Hoyo's favorite child? I actually think Genshin is personally. But, I don't know, it's just that the team is allowed to get away with a lot. The eternal night is looming, but over the next 300 years the Dawn device will safeguard the holy city, poised for the children of humanity to create miracles. The
children of...
The Dawn device, the miracle of Genesis, the usual cliches. Wait, did he just say the next 300 years?
I have concealed the deadline the Sky Father set for everyone.
Wait, so that means the safety of the city actually had a deadline this whole time.
To the city's new dawn, into the hearts of its people. Atticus, you are 100 times more courageous than I am. Can you accomplish what I could not? Will you share this harsh truth with all the citizens of Akima? Atticus.
Rest easy, Master. I will shoulder this heavy burden for you. I'll address the fallout of your indecision.
Is that right, seamstress?
Oh, for real?
This world is unique.
Okay, then maybe Starel is quite beloved. What about Zenless? I hear Zenless is doing things as well. I don't know. I mean, if Starel is their beloved child, then I'm happy for it, I guess.
And that was my stint as a priest at Dawn Cloud. Sure, the story's been slightly embellished, but every word of it is true. These are secrets that must remain undisclosed. I've never shared them with anyone. Not even Bartolos. You should feel incredibly honored to be the first to hear this. Unfortunately, you can't clap or comment right now.
That's pretty badass, actually. Taking somebody out and telling them a massive secret that they can't even hear.
Beside the point. Getting to spill the secret I've been holding in for 1,000 years feels amazing right now. Honestly, I'm surprised at your persistence. I merely staged the slip-up for you to witness the switch of the core flame. Who'd have thought you'd follow me all the way to the Nether Shore? That Deliverer kid was spot on. You rejects, shunned by the Akamans, have no choice but to keep moving down this dark path. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what's going on? Your leader Kindness isn't here. Oh. Could she be plotting something else? Ah, such a hassle. Well, for everyone's safety, I might as well check if you're carrying anything suspicious.
Okay, you know what? I need to stop playing this darn game. Alright? So this is where today's stream ends. Oh my god, that was 4 hours 45 minutes and counting, y'all. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who joined me in this. Yeah, you got that right, Cypher. I am dog tired, cat tired. You know what I mean. Like everybody who joined me on the stream today. We had a lot of fun, including you, Trix. I'm glad you kind of threw these hardball questions at me. Really got me thinking, scratching the old noggin, right? And loved the story experience this time. Loved going through the temple, loved solving all those puzzles. No, I really did enjoy it. And that boss was so good. So good, oh my god. That's probably the new weekly boss, I'm gonna assume. Like, that we're gonna be fighting for, like, materials and stuff. But, either way, I'm gonna say one last thing about what you're talking about there, Trix, before I skedaddle. So let me just put it this way. What I've heard is that that particular game has one of the CEOs of MiHoYo actually actively managing it. So, whereas this is managed by something of a B team. So maybe that's why they're able to get away with some of the ideas that they have. Either way, I'm gonna look more into it to see what the vibe really is there. But for now, I am officially out of gas, man. I'm officially out of yap to yap. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope you all had a good time because, whew, that was a doozy. I'm gonna be back tomorrow night streaming something else because tomorrow is like our regular streaming thing. We're gonna be trying out a Disco Elysium-like, you know, a game that's inspired by the famous role-playing game. I know that that's a little bit different from what we've been playing around these days. It's certainly no Expedition 33, but variety is the spice of life, okay? So for now, I'ma head off, and thank you, Trix.
You can't get rich by
Oh my god, did you guys see that? Cypher has super speed, isn't that so cool? Anywho, I hope you all have a really good night, and I'll see you some other time.